Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story.
The search team said they never saw me. I was on the same trail at the same time, just not in the same place anymore. That is the sentence the sheriff kept repeating to me in the hospital. Like if he said it enough times, it would somehow make sense. Same trail, same time, different place. My name is Mark. I am not a park ranger or some backwoods survival expert. I am a night shift guy who moves boxes in a warehouse off I-64 near Charleston, West Virginia. I clock in, I listen to forklifts beep and conveyor belts whine, I clock out. That is my whole life. I am not special. I am not sensitive to the supernatural. Honestly, before this happened, if I heard a story like mine on this channel, I would have rolled my eyes and scrolled to the next video. But there is a difference between hearing a story about someone who loses days in the woods and waking up on a trail you remember perfectly, only to find out you have already been missing for 3 days, and there are search dogs, helicopters, and volunteers who swear they never once caught so much as a glimpse of you. That is what broke my brain. Not the shadows, not the silence. The fact that we were all there together in the same patch of forest, and it was like I did not exist on their map anymore. When I went out to hike that Sunday, it was just supposed to be a quick reset before another week of graveyard shifts. Coffee at a greasy diner, then up US 19 to try a loop trail I found in a Facebook group. Ridgeway Cut Loop. It looked harmless on the map. 4 hours tops. People take their kids on it. There was nothing in the guidebooks about people vanishing into thin air or alternate dimensions. Just photos of pretty ridgelines and fall color. But there are things the guidebooks do not mention. They do not tell you about the way the highway hum below the ridge just drops to zero, like somebody pulled the plug on the whole world. They do not tell you about the empty parking lots that appear in the middle of the forest, lit by streetlights that are not connected to any road. They definitely do not tell you what it feels like when you scream for help, and your own voice will not cross the air in front of your face, but something behind you can still whisper your words back into your ear. By the time they found me, I was less than a half-mile from my truck. They had been combing that same radius for most of 2 days. I heard none of them. They heard none of me. And yet my phone somehow has photos of my truck, taken from high up in the trees. At times I was supposedly unconscious on the ground. I know how all of that sounds. Sleep deprivation, dehydration, hallucinations. I have heard every reasonable explanation already. Doctors have patted my shoulder. My ex-wife has told me to move on. The official paperwork says I got lost, panicked, and wandered around until I stumbled back out. But if you want the version they did not write in the report, the version where the forest goes mute and something invisible moves you sideways into a different copy of the same trail, then this is it. Because the search teams said they never saw me, and I believe them. The problem is, I was right there the whole time. 1.1 night shift, life, and the first unnatural silence. I guess the first thing you should know about me is that I am not the kind of person this kind of story is supposed to happen to. My name is Mark. I am 37 years old. I live in a one-bedroom apartment outside Charleston, West Virginia, and I work nights at a distribution warehouse tucked just off I-64 near the McCorkle Avenue exit. If you have ever driven that stretch at 2 or 3 in the morning and seen a rectangle of white light hanging over a sea of parked trailers, that might have been my building. While most people are asleep, I am in there moving boxes from one belt to another, listening to machines complain. My life is not glamorous, it is fluorescent. On a normal night, my world shrinks down to a concrete floor and a ceiling of buzzing lights. From about 10:30 p.m. until 6:00 a.m., it is nothing but motion and noise. Conveyor belts hum and rattle their rubber slats, shivering as cardboard boxes slide by. Forklifts screech in reverse, that shrill beeping drilling into your skull until you barely hear it anymore. Big industrial fans on the far wall push stale air around their bearings, whining just enough to remind you they were cheaper than they should have been. There is always some kind of soundtrack. The belts, the beeps, the fans, the dull thump when somebody drops a case instead of setting it down. You add in the random clatter of a pallet, jack hitting a crack in the floor, somebody's Bluetooth speaker leaking classic rock from a hoodie pocket, the hiss of a compressor kicking on. It all blends into this thick mechanical roar that sits in the back of your head, like a migraine that never fully arrives. We take our breaks in a room that smells like it has never truly been cleaned, just covered with more smells. The break room is a rectangle with scuffed linoleum and a Coca-Cola vending machine that hums louder than the refrigerator next to it. The coffee pot looks like it has been there longer than half the crew. Most of the time, the coffee tastes like burnt dust and metal, but we drink it anyway. Somebody is always microwaving something that shouldn't be microwaved at 2 a.m, fish leftover fast food, a burrito that explodes and leaves a burnt cheese halo on the glass. On the wall, mounted a little too high, a small TV plays the local news on low volume. You can see the bright mouths of the anchors forming words you cannot quite hear over the machines. Sometimes at 3:00 a.m., they cut to footage of a sunrise tease from the weather segment, while we stand there under yellowed fluorescent bulbs, chewing, pretending not to notice how tired everybody else looks. That is my life. Forklifts, burnt coffee, cheap fluorescent light, and a clock that moves differently after midnight. I am telling you all of this because I want you to understand where my head was before I ever set foot on that trail. When I say I know the difference between normal noise and what I am about to describe, this is what I am talking about. My nights are built out of sound. I know every squeak and clunk in that building. I know what it sounds like when a belt gets off track, when a motor is about to seize, when somebody knocks a pallet into a support beam. There is comfort in that kind of predictability, even if it is slowly killing you. I am also telling you this, so you understand why I go hiking. On my days off, when I am not trading my son back and forth with my ex-wife according to our custody schedule, I drive out of town and look for places where the only things making noise are wind water and whatever birds have not migrated away yet. My ex thinks I do it to find myself. That is not it. I do it because after 40-50 hours a week of man-made noise pressing into your ears, real silence feels like the only honest thing left. The divorce was not vicious, but it hollowed me out in ways I did not really notice until after the papers were signed. We did it at the courthouse, shook hands, and then I went to work that night like it was any other shift. The week after, I took my first solo hike at Kanawha State Forest. I remember standing under real trees, not forklift masts, listening to the wind move through leaves and thinking, this is what my kids should remember me around, not shrink-wrapped pallets and loading docks. So yeah, that is the headspace I was in when all of this started. Tired, divorced, trying to be a decent father on alternating weekends and using hiking trails as a way to rinse warehouse air out of my lungs. If everything had stayed that simple, you would not be hearing from me. The night I first heard it, the thing I keep calling the hush started off like any other shift. It was sometime in late September. I could probably look up the exact date from the schedule, but at this point it all blends together. What I remember is that it was my third night in a row I was on the same line I always am, scanning barcodes and shoving boxes from one belt to another. Around 2 in the morning, the supervisor called for a scheduled reset. We do that every so often when the belts start to lag or when the computer system needs to reboot. Normally, it is staggered. You shut down one section, then the next, so you do not lose too much momentum. This time, for whatever reason, everything went down at once. 1 second the belts were humming, forklifts were beeping, fans were roaring, the overhead lights buzzing. The next second, nothing. It was like someone had taken the entire soundtrack of the warehouse and slid the volume slider all the way to the left in one clean motion. No wind down, no fade, just off. I know that does not sound like a big deal written out like this. You might be thinking, sure, the power cut, it got quiet, so what? But that is not what it was like. The lights stayed on. I could still feel the air moving on my skin. My boots were still on the concrete, my chest still rising and falling. I could see a guy down the line set a box down and say something, but I did not hear his voice. I did not hear the box hit the belt. I did not hear the little click my own scanner makes when you squeeze the trigger. The quiet that fell over that building in that one moment was not the absence of sound. It was like sound itself had been pulled out of the room. You do not realize how much your brain lives in background noise until it is stripped away that completely. For the space of about 1 heartbeat, my mind went absolutely blank. No thoughts, no inner monologue, just this cold awareness that something was wrong at a level I did not have words for. And then just as quickly, it snapped back. Belts jerked, fans spun up, forklifts beeped, somebody swore about a jammed pallet. My scanner chirped in my hand like it had never skipped a beat. Conversation picked back up mid-sentence as if everyone else had experienced nothing more than the usual reset flicker. I remember standing there, box in my hands, looking around with my mouth slightly open, waiting for someone else to say, "What the hell was that?" Nobody did. A guy brushed past me with a pallet, Jack muttered, "Excuse me," and kept going. Maybe it really was just a weird glitch in my brain. Maybe I zoned out. That is the explanation I went with for a long time. I did not report it. Who are you even supposed to tell? Hey boss, for 1 second, reality went on mute and I felt like I stepped out of it. I could already hear the jokes in the break room. The last thing I needed was to be that guy on top of being the divorced dad who hikes alone on weekends. So I kept it to myself. I went back to scanning boxes, drank my burnt coffee on break, watched the silent mouths on the TV form words, and pretended the world had not just slipped sideways for a heartbeat. I am only telling you about it now because looking back, that 1 second hush at the warehouse was the first time I recognized the feeling. I did not know then that I would feel it again in the middle of a forest, miles from any building, and later on a freeway bridge with my son's car seat empty in the back. 1.2. How hiking became my excuse to escape. On the nights when everything goes right, my shift ends at 6 on the dot. There is a moment every morning when I push the crash bar on the warehouse door and step out into the loading lot that I feel more like myself than I do at any other point in the day. The air out there hits different. Inside it is recycled, dusty, faintly chemical. Outside, even when it smells like garbage and diesel, it still feels like air that has not been through a filter. I take off my safety vest as I walk, shaking the cardboard dust off it. The sky over the lot is usually a flat, early morning gray, the kind that makes all the trailers and box trucks look like cutouts. The asphalt is often damp, either from a night of drizzle or from somebody spraying down the oil spots. You can smell wet pavement, cold metal, and that sour cigarette smell from the last guy who finished his smoke break and crushed his butt under his heel. Sometimes there is a truck idling with its hood up, a driver leaning against the bumper, staring at his phone. You can hear the low growl of the engine, the whine as he blips the throttle, the distant hiss of air brakes from the highway beyond the fence. Even that sounds better than the endless shriek of forklifts. I walk across the lot to my Tacoma, toss my vest into the passenger footwell, and sit there for a second with my hands on the steering wheel, just breathing. The warehouse noise is still in my ears, like when you leave a loud concert and your head hums for an hour afterwards. I let the quiet of the lot push against it until they cancel out a little. On the mornings when I am not picking my son up or dropping him off, that is when the routine kicks in. First, diner. There is a 24-hour place a couple of exits down that has been there long enough. The sign out front has faded from bright red to a dull pink. The open 24 hours neon in the window buzzes and flickers like it is having a private argument with itself. Inside, the air is a thick mix of coffee, bacon, grease, maple syrup, and industrial bleach. It is not pleasant exactly, but it is real. It reminds you that people exist outside the warehouse. I slide into the same cracked vinyl booth almost every time. The waitress recognizes me now. She does not ask what I want anymore. Coffee black. 2 eggs over easy hash browns toast. I wrap my hands around the mug and let the heat soak into my fingers. The coffee tastes like it has been on the burner since the Clinton administration, but it is hot, and it is not from a break room pot, so I drink it. The TV in the corner usually has some morning show on by then. Bright, cheerful anchors talk about traffic and high school sports, while a crawl of bad news runs at the bottom of the screen. I watch them without hearing a word, the same way I watch boxes sliding past on the belt. Their mouths move. My fork moves. The world keeps turning. This is when I pull out my phone and open the hiking group. It is a Facebook group, nothing fancy, a few thousand people in West Virginia and surrounding states posting photos of trails and waterfalls and overlooks. People brag about how many miles they did, trade tips about which trailhead lots fill up first on weekends, complain about trash and graffiti. It is as close as I get to a social life most weeks. On those mornings, grease on my plate and warehouse ache still in my shoulders, I scroll through other people's photos of mossy rocks and sunlit hollows and fire towers. If something catches my eye, I save the name of the trail. Kanawha State Forest is the Old Faithful. It is close familiar, and you can make a loop as short or as long as you want. The first time I went out there by myself, I did not pretend it was for fitness or some noble get back to nature reason. I was just tired of every sound in my life, bouncing off metal and concrete. I remember parking in the gravel lot, the crunch under my tires, different from the hollow thump of the warehouse floor. When I slammed the truck door, the echo was swallowed by trees instead of ricocheting off sheet metal. The air had that damp green smell that almost hurts your nose when you have been breathing dust for too long. The trail I picked that day was nothing special. A simple loop a couple of miles, gently rolling. My boots bit into gravel with every step, making a crisp, satisfying crunch. In the distance, I could hear faint pops from a shooting range, sharp little cracks that snapped through the trees and then faded into nothing. Birds were everywhere, louder than I expected, shrieking and chattering and rustling branches. It was not silent, not in the way people romanticize. But the noises were alive in a different way. They came from things that were not plugged in. I walked that loop, slowly stopping to look at mushrooms on rotten logs, to watch light pool in a puddle on the trail, to listen to the wind push through the upper branches. There were people laughing somewhere ahead of me, a dog splashing in a creek. Every sound seemed to come from its own space instead of being mashed into one constant roar. I did not have some great epiphany. I did not find God or the meaning of life among the oak leaves. I just felt for the first time in a long time like my nervous system was not being sandblasted. That was enough. So the pattern formed. Night shift, diner, then trail. Some days it was Kanawha again. Some days I drove farther to a state park or a random trail some guy with a GoPro recommended. I started to recognize usernames in the hiking group. People posted their GPX tracks, their favorite loops, warnings about blowdowns and washed-out bridges. It was around then that I started listening to horror stories on YouTube during the drives. It sounds dumb, I know. Guy escaping the noise and stress of work by putting creepy stories in his ears. But there was something about having somebody calmly narrate the worst night of someone else's life while I watched rolling hills and interstate signs slide by that made my own mess feel smaller. I listened to missing 411 compilations, creepy park ranger stories, true glitch in the Matrix encounters. I heard a dozen versions of, I lost 3 hours hiking this trail. My GPS said I walked in a straight line, but the map shows I made a perfect circle. I swear I was on the same road, but nothing looked right. I did not believe any of them. Not really. I believed in bad directions, in people underestimating how long things take in watches that were never set right to begin with. I believed in people lying because likes and views feel good. I believed in brains misfiring in panic, making minutes stretch into hours and hours, collapse into blinks. If a video mentioned alternate dimensions or portals, I rolled my eyes and turned the volume down. If a story ended with somebody claiming they had slipped sideways into another version of the same place, I assumed they had been awake too long, or they were embellishing for effect. If anything, I was the guy in the comments typing, "Get some sleep," under posts about creepy forest experiences. That is important for you to understand. I did not go out into the woods looking for anything weird. I did not want to meet a ghost or stumble over some thin spot in reality. The trails were just an excuse to be somewhere my ears did not hurt, and my phone did not buzz every 5 minutes. Normal life, normal escapes, normal grievances. That is all it was. Which is why when I tell you how quickly that normalness peeled away on the day I drove toward exit 19, you will understand why it shook me so badly. Everything in my life up to that point had taught me that the world was boring and predictable, right down to the way a forklift sounds when its battery is about to die. The woods were supposed to be my calm. I did not know yet that they were going to become the place where I finally learned what real, unnatural silence feels like. 1.3. The Facebook post about Ridgeway cut. The morning that set all of this in motion started like 100 others. I clocked out at 6, signed my name on the little sheet nobody ever really looks at, and walked out into the gray. It had rained sometime before dawn. The warehouse lights cast this pale halo over the wet pavement, making the puddles look like holes punched in the lot. My boots splashed through thin film water as I headed for the truck. Somewhere behind the building, a reefer unit on a trailer kicked on with a low, steady growl. A guy from shipping leaned against the wall under the no smoking sign, finishing a cigarette, the ember flaring orange when he took a drag. I tossed my vest in the passenger seat, started the engine, and sat there watching my own breath fog the windshield for a second before the defrost kicked in. The digital clock on the dash flipped over to 6:02 a.m. My body felt like it always did at that hour, used up, buzzing faintly from caffeine and fluorescent light. I did not even think about going home first. Habit steered my hands. I pulled out of the lot, merged onto I-64, and headed toward the same greasy spoon just off the Oakwood Road exit. From the outside, the place looks like it has been about to close for 30 years. The paint on the sign is cracked and peeling, the parking lot patched a dozen times. But the neon in the front window still says, "Open 24 hours" in crooked red letters, and that is all that matters at 6 in the morning, when your blood sugar is in the basement. The bell above the door gave its tired little jingle as I walked in. The air hit me like a wall bacon grease-burnt coffee syrup and that heavy bleach smell from fresh mopped floors. Yellowed ceiling tiles sagged a little in the middle of the room, and one of the fluorescent tubes over the counter flickered like it was winking at itself. The waitress working that shift, Angela, gave me a nod without really looking up from the pot she was topping off. We had reached the point in our relationship where conversation was optional. She slid a mug onto my table and poured before I even sat down. "Usual?" she asked. "Yeah," I said. My voice came out rough. "Thanks." Plates clattered somewhere behind me. A line cook barked an order, the words lost under the sizzle from the grill. A couple of old guys in John Deere caps sat at the counter staring at the local news on the muted TV. Weather map traffic shots a cheerful anchor's mouth forming shapes I could not hear. I wrapped my hands around the mug, letting the heat soak into my fingers, and pulled out my phone. Muscle memory took over. Thumb unlock tapped the blue and white square, and there I was scrolling through the hiking group feed while the rest of me woke up. Most of the posts were the usual mix. Someone standing on a rock outcrop over a valley of fall color, captioned, "Worth the climb." A rant about trash on a popular trail. A blurry photo of what the poster claimed was a bear, but looked more like a burned log. I scrolled on, half there and half in the room, listening to the low drone of the refrigerator behind the counter. Then one post stopped me without me really knowing why. The username was Bill H. The profile picture was a man in his 50s, ball cap, gray beard, wide grin, like the camera had just caught him mid-laugh. The caption on his post read, "Finally did the Ridgeway cut loop near exit 19. Views are insane. Just don't lose track of time out there." Underneath were 3 photos. The first was a shot along a narrow ridge trail, the path rising and falling like a spine. On either side, the ground dropped away into a sea of trees. But what grabbed me was the slice of highway far below, cutting through the green like a scar. Even from up there, you could see tiny rectangles of light moving along it, semi-trucks reduced to flecks of color, pinpricks of headlights and taillights. The second photo was taken from some kind of overlook. You could see the same stretch of US 19 snaking off between hills, disappearing behind one rise and reappearing on the other side like a loop somebody had drawn and then partially erased. The rain from the last few days had left a kind of low, soft haze in the distance, so the far ridges looked almost painted on. The third was a selfie. Bill, sweating, red-faced, grinning thumb up the ridge behind him, and the highway a silver thread beyond that. A real human being standing somewhere that until that moment I had never heard of. The name Ridgeway Cut Loop didn't mean anything to me, but exit 19 on US 19 did. I had driven that route before years back on the way to a rafting trip. I remembered the feel of that particular interchange, the way the road seemed to flatten for a second and then drop as you crossed a bridge. Something in my brain filed it under reachable. I sipped coffee and scrolled down into the comments. They were what you would expect at first. "Damn dude, that view, been meaning to hit this one. Take me next time, Bill." Then lower down things took a turn. "Don't go past mile marker 19 alone," one local wrote. "Split mile gets weird at night. Another Ridgeway messes with your watch. Mine froze at 3:13 for almost an hour." No joke. Someone else chimed in, "Lost 2 hours there, no lie. Thought my phone was glitching. Never doing that loop solo again." And then, of course, the skeptics. "Maybe charge your phone. Ever heard of being bad at math? Y'all need sleep more than you need trails." My thumb hovered over the little reaction buttons. I was closer to the skeptics than the storytellers. I had heard versions of this before in different groups attached to different places. Time loss, weird feelings, compasses spinning. It always sounded dramatic until you remembered most people cannot tell the difference between 10 minutes and 40 when they are tired and scared. I rolled my eyes and took another drink of coffee. The stuff was lukewarm now, leaving a bitter film on the back of my tongue. Still, I did not scroll away. There was something about the way that ridge looked in Bill's photos, the trail like a thread between sky and highway that dug its hooks in. It was the kind of place you could stand and see both the wild and the man-made versions of the world at the same time. Trees on one side, trucks on the other. Air traffic overhead, sometimes I imagined. Layers. I tapped the little map tag on his post. It opened in my Maps app, zooming into a green swath labeled Monongahela National Forest. A small pin pulsed Ridgeway Cut Loop trailhead. Route suggestions popped up like the phone was eager to help. From my apartment, it was simple: I-79 north, a while cut over to US 19, then down to exit 19 off onto a smaller county road, and a short drive to what looked like a tiny parking area. The whole thing about an hour and a half. I glanced up at the diner clock. The red digital numbers above the kitchen door said 7:08 a.m. My phone agreed. I ate the last of my toast, did the math in my head. If I left by 7:30, I could be at the trailhead a little after 9. 4-hour loop, give or take. Back at the truck by 1, maybe 2. Home by mid-afternoon. Quick shower, a decent nap, then back to the warehouse for the next shift. Tight, but doable. I pictured the alternative: going home now, collapsing onto the bed, waking up groggy, staring at the wall until it was time to go back in. No ridge, no trees, just the same 4 surfaces and the hum of my fridge. Ridgeway Cut grew more attractive by the second. Angela slid the check onto my table with a practiced flick of her wrist. "Big plans?" she asked, noticing me staring at my phone like it held something more important than the weather. Maybe I said, thinking about trying a new trail. She shrugged, already moving back toward the coffee pot. "Just don't get yourself lost. I don't want to see your face on the news at 10. "Yeah," I said, half laughing. "Me neither." I pulled up the hiking group again, intending to save Bill's post, or maybe comment and ask about trail conditions. A little red dot lit up by the bell icon at the top, new notification. I tapped it without thinking. It was a preview of a comment on the Ridgeway post from a name I did not recognize. No profile picture, just a gray silhouette. The comment said, "If you hear everything, drop to quiet at once. Don't run toward the lights." Before my brain fully processed the words, my thumb carried me back to the post. I scrolled down through the thread looking for that comment. It was not there. I scrolled slower, refreshed the page, checked most relevant, then newest. Nothing. The joking ones about losing hours were still there. The guy complaining about his watch freezing was still there. But the warning about quiet and lights gone. I went back to the notifications tab. The preview had vanished from there too. In its place was the usual junk: someone liked a photo, someone commented on a different trail. No trace of the sentence that had made my stomach pinch a little, the one that sounded more like advice than a joke. Maybe the user had deleted their comment. It happens. Maybe I had misread it, or my tired brain had filled in gaps. If I had taken a screenshot, I could have proved to myself it was real. I did not. At that point, it did not feel important enough. Still, as I dropped cash on the check, thanked Angela, and walked back out into the gray morning light. The words looped in my head in time with my footsteps. "If you hear everything, drop to quiet at once. Don't run toward the lights." I told myself it was just some local trying to be spooky. Superstition, folklore, whatever you want to call it. I started the truck, put my phone in the windshield mount, and tapped the route to Ridgeway Cut. As I pulled onto the interstate and the diner shrank in my rearview mirror, the neon open 24 hours sign buzzing faintly in the glass, that one sentence sat in the back of my mind, like something wedged in a tire. I brushed it aside, but I did not forget it. By the time I understood how specific that warning really was, it was already too late. 2.1. The drive to exit 19. Leaving Charleston that morning felt like slipping from one version of reality into another, but at the time it was all ordinary. I pulled onto I-64 first, the on-ramp curving up and around concrete barrier on one side and a skinny strip of grass on the other. The sun was just starting to smear itself across the horizon, a weak pale stripe behind low clouds. My truck's dashboard glowed a soft orange, the digital clock reading 7:24 a.m. I flipped on the seat heater more out of habit than need and felt the faint click and hum as it came to life under me. The radio was set to a local country station, one of those that cycles between the same 10 songs and the same 2 ad reads about tractors and furniture outlets. A song about back roads and heartbreak played low, the singer's voice blending with the steady roar of tires on pavement. It was almost comforting the way all interstates feel the same if you drive enough of them. As the city thinned out, the billboards took over. First came the lawyer's injured call, 1-800-4-JUSTICE, with a stern-faced man in a suit, pointing at the camera like you had personally disappointed him. Then the injury hotlines turned green. Call that's all we don't get paid unless you do. Every few miles, a new face promising to fix your worst day for a percentage, of course. Between them were the religious ones. Got Jesus in big white letters on a black background. Eternity smoking or non-smoking, with a depiction of flames licking up from the bottom of the sign. Someone had spray-painted a crude smiley face over part of that one eye's hollow grin wide. There were ads for gun shops, too. Mountain Arms and Ammo Exit Now. A close-up of a rifle against an American flag, a big red sail starburst slapped over the corner. I passed one with a cartoon deer grinning crosshairs right between its eyes. I merged onto I-79 northbound, the road swinging wide through low rolling hills. The sun finally broke through the clouds, a little reflecting off my side mirrors in sharp white slices. Fields slid past, dotted with dilapidated barns and half-collapsed trailers. A cluster of storage units sat in a gravel lot, each door painted a slightly different fading shade of blue. Traffic was light. A few semis trundled along in the right lane, their trailers whispering and hissing as they hit seams in the concrete. A white SUV with a roof rack passed me in the left lane, the driver sipping from a tall stainless steel tumbler, eyes barely flicking over. The sound inside the cab settled into a familiar blend engine hum tires, thrumming the hush of air pushing against the windshield. Every time I crossed a bridge joint, there was that satisfying brief rattle metal on rubber, a hollow clack that echoed through the floorboards. The kind of thing you do not hear until it stops. I checked the dashboard clock again. 7:51 a.m. The GPS app on my phone mounted to the windshield put my arrival at the Ridgeway Cut trailhead somewhere around 9:10. I mentally walked through my gear list while the miles ticked by. Water, 2 full bottles in the pack on the passenger seat. Snacks, a handful of granola bars, and a crushed bag of trail mix wedged into the side pocket. Knife, small folding blade in the hip belt pocket. Flashlight, checked the batteries twice the night before. First aid kit under the top flap of the pack where I always keep it. Phone on the mount offline, maps downloaded in case the signal dropped. It was the kind of inventory you do more to reassure yourself you are not completely careless than out of any real expectation of needing it. At some point, the GPS chirped and instructed me to take the exit toward US 19. The ramp peeled off to the right, spiraling down and around. The concrete walls on either side were stained dark from years of water and exhaust. At the bottom, the road opened up, and I found myself on 19 heading south, the lanes spreading out a bit, traffic thinning even more. US 19 had a different feel from the interstate. The elevation rose steadily, pulling me out of the city's gravity and into something older. Off to the right, between gaps in the trees, I caught glimpses of valleys, pockets of low fog still sitting between ridges. The air outside looked colder here, sharper. In the distance, I could just make out the faint outline of the New River Gorge Bridge, all steel and symmetry, hanging in the mist, like a piece of scaffolding for the sky. The sound of the truck changed as the grade shifted. The engine worked a little harder, the tires sang a slightly higher note. When I crossed a larger bridge, the expansion joints made the whole vehicle shudder in a predictable rhythm, thunk, 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 like rolling over the tracks of some invisible boundary. I kept one eye on the road and one on the GPS line, tracing my progress. The little blue arrow crawled closer to the dot labeled Exit 19. The estimated time to arrival ticked down, then back up by a minute when I slowed to let a semi merge. I should have been thinking about the hike, about how steep the loop might be, whether I had enough layers, how long it had been since I'd done anything more than a few miles at Kanawha. Instead, I found myself replaying that deleted comment from the hiking group like it was a song stuck on repeat. If you hear everything drop to quiet at once, don't run toward the lights. Outside, the world was anything but quiet. Trucks roared past in the opposite direction, their trailers buffeted by crosswinds. A motorcycle screamed by in the left lane, its exhaust note tearing the morning in half for a few seconds, before fading into the background. The radio commercials spit out phone numbers and website URLs in that too-fast cadence that makes you suspect they do not actually want you to remember them. None of it felt ominous. Just America on a Sunday morning. The green Exit 19 sign finally appeared ahead, mounted on two metal posts slightly tilted from some long-ago impact. I flipped on my blinker out of habit, even though there was no one close enough behind me to be informed by it. The ramp here was shorter, dropping me quickly toward a smaller road. Just off to the right, at the base of the exit, sat a gas station that had seen better decades. Its canopy was stained and peeling, one corner sagging. The LED price sign out front flickered, the numbers stuttering between two prices like they could not decide how bad to make everyone feel. I pulled in tires, crunching over loose gravel near the entrance. There were only two other vehicles at the pumps, a rusted pickup with ladders strapped to the top, and a minivan with Ohio plates, its back window plastered with stick figure family decals. I parked by the far pump and killed the engine. The sudden drop in engine noise made my ears buzz. I stepped out into air that smelled like old gasoline, damp concrete, and the faint sweetness of spilled soda turning sticky near the trash can. As I slid my card into the pump, the screen blinked slowly to life, its colors washed out by age. Behind me, US 19 rolled on a constant low rush of rubber on asphalt, punctuated by the occasional hiss of a big rig's brakes as it approached the exit. The bell above the station door chimed as someone went inside. A whiff of stale coffee and beef jerky drifted out on the warm breath of indoor air conditioning. I could hear the muffled murmur of a TV from somewhere deep inside the building, local news by the cadence of it. While the tank filled, I leaned against the side of the truck and stretched the stiffness out of my back. The morning was brighter now, clouds thinning. My breath no longer showed when I exhaled. For just a second, no more than that, I thought the sound of the highway dipped. It was nothing dramatic. No sudden absolute void like the warehouse. Just this strange sense like somebody had dropped the volume on everything by half and then slowly slid it back up. The rush of tires, the whisper of wind around metal, the faint brake squeals. They all seemed to pull away from me and then roll back in. A truck passed right then, a big white semi with a blue logo on the side, and its engine noise washed over the lot as if to prove everything was normal. A gust of wind swirled a fast food bag across the asphalt, crinkling it loudly enough to make me glance down. I told myself it was just a gust. Wind does weird things with sound out in the hills, bouncing it, bending it. Maybe the buildings were catching it funny. Maybe my ears were still adjusting from the hours inside the warehouse. The pump clicked off, jerking me out of my thoughts. I pulled the nozzle free, tapped the last drops into the tank, and put it back in its cradle. The plastic handle slapped against the metal with a hollow little echo. Inside the convenience store was lit too bright for how little was in it. The floor tiles were cracked in places, the coolers along the back wall buzzing loudly. A TV mounted on a bracket in the corner played the local news. Closed captioning rolled under a reporter standing in front of a stand of trees. A banner at the bottom reading, "Search crews train in National Forest this weekend." I stared at that for a second, feeling the tiniest prickle along my arms. The cashier caught my glance and shrugged. "They do that every year," he said, scanning the bottle of water and the cheap granola bar I had grabbed. "Practice for when some idiot tourist wanders off trail." "Yeah," I said. "Makes sense." He handed me my change. His fingers were stained with nicotine. The scanner on the counter beeped in a stuttering pattern like it was having trouble reading barcodes. Back at the truck, I tossed the water and snack into the passenger seat, climbed in, and shut the door. The cab sealed around me with a soft thump, muting the world outside for half a second before the engine turned over and the radio jumped back to life. As I pulled out of the lot and turned onto the smaller road, the GPS told me would lead to the Ridgeway Cut trailhead. I glanced once more in the rearview mirror. The gas station shrank behind me, LED sign flickering, the bell over the door chiming faintly through the closed windows. The highway noise rose and fell like ocean surf behind the building. If there was another dip in sound as I crossed under US 19 and headed into the trees, I did not notice it then. I was too busy watching the little blue arrow on my phone creep closer to a pin in the middle of a green patch labeled Trailhead, thinking about views and mileage and how good it would feel to be somewhere. The only things making noise were wind and water. I had no idea I was driving toward a place where silence did not mean peace, where it meant something had stepped in and turned the world down so it could listen more closely. 2.2 Trailhead, first impressions, the county road. The GPS put me on narrowed fast. The strip of asphalt was just wide enough for two cars to pass if both of them were polite about it. Trees leaned in close on both sides, their branches knitting together overhead in places and breaking the light into moving strips. The farther I got from the highway, the more the world outside the windshield shifted from gray concrete to green and brown. Potholes appeared more often. The truck bounced suspension, creaking a little as I eased around the worst of them. Here and there, a mailbox jutted out beside a gravel driveway, the houses themselves tucked back in the trees, single wides with rust creeping up the sides. Old farmhouses with sagging porches, one place with a blue tarp tacked over half the roof. Then even those fell away, and it was just forest. The GPS screen showed a simple line curling into the middle of a green patch, a small pin labeled Ridgeway Cut Loop Trailhead, pulsing gently like a heartbeat. A little banner popped up, "You are almost there." The truck's digital clock read 9:04 a.m. 2 minutes later, the trees on my right opened up, and there it was. If you were not looking for it, you could drive right past the Ridgeway Cut parking area without realizing you had missed anything. It was nothing more than a rectangular patch of gravel scraped out of the side of the hill, a small break in the trees. No big paved lot, no bathrooms, no ranger station, just a flat area with a wooden sign and room for maybe 6 or 7 vehicles if everyone parked like they understood geometry. That morning, there were only 2 of us. A Subaru Outback sat near the far edge, nose pointed toward the forest. It was the older kind, boxier, the kind you instinctively associate with people who own multiple pairs of hiking boots. Ohio plates, mud spattered up over the wheel wells and along the bottom of the doors. The kind of fine dried spray that says the driver does not bother with car washes very often. There were faded stickers on the back bumper, little outlines of mountains, a leave no trace sticker curling at one corner, and one that just said, "Take a hike" in block letters. I pulled in and parked a couple of spots away, gravel crunching under the tires, the truck rocking slightly as it settled. When I killed the engine, the sudden quiet inside the cab made my ears ring. Through the windshield, I could see a sliver of the forest floor beyond the edge of the lot covered in damp leaves and needles. I sat for a second just listening. Out here, the noise was different from the warehouse and the interstate. The air held a thin, steady sound, the low, far-off roar of US 19 somewhere below and behind me muted by distance and trees. Over that came the lighter sounds, a few birds calling, the occasional dry rustle as something small moved through underbrush, the shiver of wind dragging its fingers through pine boughs. I opened the door and stepped out. Cold air hit my face, but it was clean, in a way the fridge air of the warehouse never was. It smelled like pine pitch and damp earth, like wet rock and rotting leaves. The rain from earlier in the week had sunk into the ground and climbed halfway back out again in the form of that rich, cool smell. Behind me, the truck ticked as the engine cooled. A breeze came up the hill carrying faint hints of exhaust from the highway, but mostly just the loamy green smell of the woods. On the edge of the lot, set back a little on 2 weathered posts, was the sign. Ridgeway Cut Loop Trailhead. It read in faded black letters carved into wood and painted years ago by someone who had not been paid enough for the job. Under the words was the old National Forest logo, the shield shape almost hidden under a film of dirt and algae. The brown paint had flaked in places, exposing gray wood beneath, and the whole thing tilted just slightly to one side, like it was too tired to stand perfectly straight anymore. If you squinted, you could see the start of the trail just beyond it, a narrow path of worn earth and scattered stone leading into the trees, curving out of sight after only a few yards as it followed the slope. I checked the time out of habit more than anything. The truck's dash had said 9:06 when I shut it off. My phone, when I pulled it from the windshield mount, agreed 9:06 a.m. Battery at 87%. No signal bars, which I had expected out here. The little GPS icon at the top still glowed. At least the offline maps would work. Everything felt normal, boring even. Just another trailhead cut into the side of another West Virginia hill. I walked around to the back of the truck, dropped the tailgate, and hauled my pack out. The nylon rasped against the bedliner, the weight familiar, as I slung it onto my shoulders and tightened the straps. A knife in the hip belt pocket, first aid kit, and flashlight under the top flap, water bottles snug against the sides. I shrugged and rolled my shoulders until the harness settled into place. For a moment, I just stood there, the cool air on my arms, the weight of the pack pulling me down in a reassuring way. This was my routine. This was what I did when I wanted to remember there was more to life than warehouse concrete and custody schedules. I stepped up to the sign boots, grinding small stones underfoot, and did the other thing I always did before a hike. I pulled out my phone, opened the camera app, and framed the shot. The sign took up the lower half of the screen, the words Ridgeway Cut Loop. Trailhead readable but not perfectly centered. Above it, the first few yards of trail disappeared into a tunnel of green and brown branches, arching over like they were holding the sky up. On the left, The side of my truck was just barely visible. Silver paint catching a streak of sunlight that had slipped through the canopy. I tapped the screen to focus, waited for the little square to turn solid, and hit the shutter. The camera made its simulated click. At the top, the time stamped itself quietly in the corner, 9:11 a.m. Later, when I thought back on that number, it would tie my stomach in a knot. In that moment, it was just proof that I was roughly on schedule. I lowered the phone and was about to slip it into the small chest pocket on my pack strap when habit made me thumb into the photo I had just taken. I do not know why. Maybe to make sure it was not blurry, maybe just to look at the frame as something separate from reality for a second. On the small screen, the image looked crisp. The sign, the trail, the trees, the slice of truck. Everything in its place. But in the upper right corner above the tops of the trees, where the sky should have been a flat, pale gray, there was something else. It was subtle. If you were not looking for it, you would have dismissed it as nothing. A faint circular smudge of light like a tiny halo just out of focus. Not a sun flare, the sun was behind clouds, and the angle was wrong. This was smaller, more concentrated. It reminded me of the way a streetlight looks if you photograph it at night from a distance, a tight, bright core with a soft ring of glow around it. The thing is, there were no streetlights out here. I lifted my eyes from the phone and looked to that same corner of the sky. All I saw were branches, a slice of cloud, and nothing else. No pole, no lamp, no distant road. Just the forest pressing in like it had been here forever. I glanced back at the photo. The faint ring of light was still there, hovering above the scene, just on the edge of the frame. Lens flare, I told myself. Some reflection inside the camera glass. The phone was not new. The outer layer over the lens had a couple of hairline scratches from being stuffed in too many pockets with keys and coins. Light does weird things when it hits imperfection. I had seen stranger artifacts in photos taken under fluorescent lights at work. I pinched and zoomed a little just to be sure it was not something obvious. I was missing a distant house, a truck on an unseen road. The pixels broke up into blocks. The ring turned into a grainy blur. Whatever I muttered under my breath, a puff of steam ghosting in front of my lips and fading. I backed out of the image, locked the phone, and slid it into the small zippered pocket on the front of my pack, where I always keep it on the trail. The zipper teeth made a short, satisfying rasp as I closed it. Then I turned away from the truck, and the gravel faced the gap in the trees and took my first step onto the Ridgeway Cut loop, thinking the strangest thing about my morning so far was a little glitch of light in a photograph. It was almost funny in a bleak kind of way how normal everything looked from that parking lot. 2.3. The first full hush at the trailhead. For a moment after I zipped my phone away, I just stood there at the edge of the gravel toes, touching the first strip of packed dirt, letting my senses catch up. Behind me, the truck cooled with little metallic ticks. Far below and out of sight, US 19 whispered and growled, a constant low ocean of rubber on asphalt. The sound rose up through the trees in waves, sometimes louder when a semi passed, sometimes fading back to a soft, distant rush. It was like the whole hillside was resting its head against the highway and listening to its pulse. Up here, closer to me, the forest had its own voice. The wind moved through the pine branches in long, slow breaths, brushing needles together, so they hissed and whispered overhead. Somewhere farther in, a crow complained, its harsh caw cutting through the softer background like a nail dragged over wood. Smaller birds chattered and trilled in the underbrush, darting between trunks I could not see. Dry leaves rustled when the breeze came from the right angle, a faint scraping sound, that made you picture invisible things sliding over the forest floor. Every now and then, a twig snapped under its own weight as it gave up on clinging to a branch and dropped out of sight. It was not loud, but it was full, layered, alive in a way the warehouse never was. I took a breath deep enough to feel it in my ribs and stepped forward until my boots were fully on the trail. The dirt here was firm, dark from old rain, carpeted in places with a mess of brown and orange leaves that had not yet broken down. A couple of stones poked through their edges, rounded and slick. I reached up automatically to tighten one of the pack straps that had shifted, and then just paused. Let the moment sit there. Highway hum below, wind in the trees, birds in the branches, all of it stacking together into something like a real-world soundtrack. If you had taken a picture of me from behind, right then, it would have looked like any other hiker starting any other Sunday loop. Middle-aged guy, faded pack, standing in front of a trail sign while the woods waited. I wish that was where the weirdness began and ended. What actually happened next was so subtle at first that I almost missed the exact moment things went wrong. I was halfway through another breath, pulling cold, earthy air in through my nose, when the highway noise dipped. That is the only way I can describe it. It went from a steady roar to something softer, like someone turning a dial. My brain registered the change without panicking. Wind gust, I thought. Hills do weird things with sound. Maybe a truck had just dropped below some curve out of earshot. Then the wind in the branches above me stopped. Not eased, not slowed. Stopped. The needles that had been hissing and whispering a second before fell completely still. There was no last sigh, no rattling fade out. One moment they were talking, the next, they were holding their breath. The birds followed. The chattering in the underbrush cut off mid-call. The crow's complaining scream, already fading into the distance, seemed to get yanked away like a cord ripped out of a wall. No rustle in the leaves, no twig pops, nothing. Sound is one of those things you do not realize your brain is constantly measuring until it is gone. You expect quiet in the woods when snow falls, or at 4 a.m. before everything wakes up. This was not that. This felt edited. In the span of a heartbeat, the world around me hit absolute zero on the volume scale. US 19 below gone. Not faint gone. Wind gone. Birds, insects, hidden things moving in the brush gone. Even my own body sounded wrong. My breathing, which I had heard loud in my own head a second before, sounded like it had been pushed farther away, like someone had moved my lungs into another room. When I swallowed, the small click in my throat felt delayed, like the sound had to travel farther to get to my ears. The best way I can describe it is this. It was like standing inside a glass dome someone had lowered over me, a dome that not only blocked outside sound, but smothered the sound I tried to make. Every hair on my arms stood up. My scalp tightened. A cold prickle ran down the back of my neck, settling between my shoulder blades. I felt a pressure build in my ears, dull but insistent, just like when a plane starts its descent and the cabin air changes. It made the world seem slightly farther away, like the trees had taken a step back without moving. 2 seconds, maybe 3. Long enough for my brain to step out of the fog of routine and register a thought as clean and sharp as a blade. This is not normal wind. I had been in the woods when a storm front rolls in and the air goes weird. I had stood under trees when the gusts suddenly died, like somebody had shut a door. This was not that. This was the exact feeling I had had in the warehouse that night, when every machine stopped at once, only now it was outside with no walls, no wires, no excuses. Some small, trapped part of me wanted to shout, just to see if any sound came out. Another part was too afraid of what it would mean if I did and heard nothing. Before I could decide, the dome shattered. The highway roar slammed back in mid-phrase like someone had unmuted a live broadcast. Wind surged through the branches above me, making them sway and creak like they were catching up on missed time. A bird screamed from somewhere off to the left, so suddenly and so loud, I actually flinched. My ears popped softly a little tick, deep in my head, and the pressure eased. The air felt like it rushed back into the world, filling all the spaces it had just vacated. I realized I had been holding my breath halfway through that impossible silence. I let it out in a shaky exhale and sucked in another just to reassure myself that the sound of my own lungs belonged to me again. I did not move. My boots might as well have been nailed to the dirt. All my attention tunneled forward onto the thin ribbon of trail slipping into the trees, as if staring hard enough could make sense of what had just happened. It did not. Instead, what came was memory. Not of work schedules or Facebook posts, but of that 1-second glitch in the warehouse weeks before, belts dead, fans still, forklifts frozen, and the way it had felt like somebody had briefly plucked me out of the room. The feeling here was the same, just stretched and sharpened. It was like the forest and the freeway, and my own body had all been sharing the same soundtrack, and something had reached down and turned the volume all the way down to see what would happen. For the first time that morning, the idea of just getting back in the truck and driving home shouldered its way into my head. Am I having an ear thing, I thought? Inner ear infection, maybe. Some kind of pressure issue. Low blood sugar I had eaten, but maybe not enough. Anxiety I had those nights, sometimes lying awake, heart thudding for no reason. Maybe this was that in daylight, wearing a new face. It would not be the craziest thing in the world to chalk it up to a body problem and bail. Go home, drink water, sleep, maybe call a doctor if it happened again. It would be easy, so easy to turn around, toss the pack back in the truck, and tell myself I would come back another day when my head was on straight. But then I thought about the drive. An hour and a half out. The gas I had burned, the time I had carved out of a schedule that did not leave a lot of empty space. I thought about the photos on the hiking group, Bill's grinning face, the ridge hanging over the winding line of highway far below. The comments about views. The way the map had made it look so simple. I looked up at the sky through the branches. It was pale clouded but not threatening. The air was cool, not too cold. No storm front rolling in, no thunderheads building at the edges of my vision. If I had told anybody where I was going, Ridgeway Cut, be back by afternoon, turning around, now would mean admitting later that I bailed because the woods got too quiet. It sounded ridiculous, even in my own head. I told myself firmly that I was not going to be the guy who drives all the way out here and leaves, because his ears did something weird for 3 seconds. Get a grip, I muttered under my breath just to prove I could hear my own voice again. Still, something in me wanted reassurance, even if I did not say that out loud. I swung the pack off one shoulder, tugged the zipper on the small front pocket, and pulled my phone out again. My fingers felt clumsier than they should have, like I was wearing gloves. The screen lit my face. 9:12 a.m. now. Battery at 86%. The no signal icon still glaring in the corner. I thumbed into the camera roll, expecting to see the single shot I had taken of the sign and the start of the trail. It was there first in the grid, a small thumbnail of brown wood and green trees, timestamp 9/11. Right under it, there was another photo. Same timestamp minute. 9:12 a.m. My first thought was that I must have double-tapped the shutter by accident. It happens. Sometimes you think you only took one picture and end up with 2 nearly identical ones. I tapped the second image and waited for it to open. At first glance, it looked almost the same. The sign, the trailhead, the dark mouth of the woods beyond. But the light in this one was off. Slightly dimmer, like a cloud had moved across the sun in the seconds between shots. The shadows under the trees were a fraction deeper, the colors a hair less saturated. The angle was wrong too. The first photo, the one I remembered framing, had been taken from where I stood, arms bent, phone up in front of my chest. The horizon line, the sign, the top of the frame, they all matched that height. In the second, everything was a little lower in the frame, like the camera had been held higher and farther back. The sign seemed slightly smaller. I could see more of the top of the trail and a bit more of the gravel lot behind me. And that was when my stomach tightened. Because in the sliver of lot visible over the sign, the Subaru was there. In the first picture, it was angled a certain way, front tires turned just slightly toward the trees. In the second, it was shifted barely, but enough that I noticed. The hood pointed a hair more to the left, like the whole car had pivoted a foot or two while I was looking at the screen. I had not heard a door slam. I had not heard an engine start or gravel crunch or tires rolling. There had been no footsteps, no voices. Just the sudden, impossible hush, and then everything flipping back on. I zoomed in until the pixels broke apart, and the edges of the Subaru turned blocky. The angle difference did not go away. If anything, staring at it like that made it worse. The car had moved between pictures I did not remember taking. A cold, thin feeling slid into my chest, settling somewhere just under my breastbone. It was not full-blown panic, not yet, but it was the heavy outline of it. I could have stood there and picked it apart. I could have told myself I was holding the phone crooked the first time, that my brain was exaggerating the difference because it wanted a story, that I had simply not noticed the sound of someone adjusting their parking job in the lot behind me. It would have been easy to call it nothing, just as easy as blaming the silence on a weird quirk of the wind. I stood at the edge of the trail, my boots on the line between gravel and dirt, phone warm in my hand, staring at that second image until it felt like my eyes were going to start watering. Paranormal was a word that did not fit in my mouth yet. Not for this. Not for a couple of strange seconds and a photo that did not match my memory. I backed out of the picture, out of the camera roll, and locked the screen. The world around me sounded normal again, highway below, wind in the pines, a bird scolding from a high branch, like it was annoyed I was still there. Whatever I said more to myself than anything else. You came to hike. Hike. I slid the phone back into the pocket on my pack, tightened the strap once more until it bit into my shoulder in a familiar way, and finally did the thing I had driven all that way to do. I stepped forward off the gravel and let the forest close around me. 3.1. The climb and the heat. That shouldn't be there for a while. Ridgeway Cut was exactly what it had promised to be, a normal trail in a normal forest. The kind of place you forget as soon as you get back to the parking lot. Once I stepped past the sign and let the trees close in, the gravel gave way to packed dirt and a layer of old leaves that had been stepped on so many times. They were more memory than matter. The trail rolled gently at first, dipping and rising with the contours of the hillside. Roots crossed it in thin, knotted lines, gripping the soil like fingers. The first hour felt like 100 other hikes I had done. My boots made a steady rhythm, crunch, scuff, crunch. Every now and then, I had to step over a small fallen branch or skirt around a patch of mud where water had pooled after the rain. Twice I came to little stream crossings, nothing more than shallow trickles darting over rocks. Flat stones had been placed just so, like someone before me had been polite enough to make sure nobody had to get their socks wet. I noticed the small human leftovers the way you always do when you pay attention. An old beer can half sunk into the dirt, its label bleached to ghost colors, the aluminum eaten away in spots so it had become part of the ground. A little ring of rocks beside the trail where somebody had built a makeshift fire pit, half-burned logs, blackened ends, a scatter of ash that had gotten wet and dried into gray flakes. The forest was always swallowing and digesting what people left, but you could still see the edges. Orange blazes appeared on tree trunks, at regular intervals faded but still visible, little rectangular smears of paint on bark, reassuring in their own way. Somebody had come through with a brush at some point and decided this is the path, and the forest had tolerated it. The sound of the world settled into a familiar Appalachian mix. Insects chirped and buzzed in the undergrowth, a constant electric undertone. A woodpecker hammered somewhere off to my right, hollow knocks echoing through the trunks like distant construction. Every so often the wind would shove through the leaves and make the whole canopy rustle like a crowd shifting its weight. Beneath it all was the faint, steady rumble of US 19 far below. It had gotten softer as I climbed, not gone, just muffled by distance and trees until it was more of a suggestion than a sound, something you felt more than heard. I fell into a rhythm, left foot, right foot. The pack's straps creaked occasionally as they settled. My breathing picked up a little on the inclines and settled on the flats. I was not setting any records, but I did not need to. At some point, the trail bent around a shoulder of the ridge and then opened up. One second, I was boxed in by trunks and branches, everything close and vertical. The next, I stepped out into a small break where the hillside fell away sharply on my left, and I could see. The view punched through my chest a little. The ridge dropped down into a wide bowl of green trees, layered on trees, different shades, where evergreens mingled with hardwoods. The sky had brightened, the clouds thinning, so the whole valley looked washed with a pale, cool light. And there, cutting right through it, was US 19. From up here, the highway did not look like a place I had been that morning. It looked like a model. A thin gray ribbon looping between hills, vanishing behind one rise and reappearing further on, exactly like it had in Bill's photo. Tiny specks of light crawled along it, semis cars moving too slow for their size, like they were trapped in syrup. I stepped closer to the edge carefully until my boots were at the lip where the trail narrowed and the ground began to fall away. The drop was steep but not sheer. If you slipped, you would tumble, not fly. Somehow that felt worse. Tumbling means you have time to know you are in trouble. For a moment, I just stood there watching the trucks inch along. My brain did that thing where it tries to fit your tiny life into the big picture. That lane, that direction, that stretch of road is the same one I was on less than 2 hours ago. Somewhere down there, some half-awake warehouse worker is doing exactly what I just did, except they never bothered to turn off at exit 19. It took me a second to realize what felt off. I could see the trucks clearly. Sun glinted off windshields off chrome mirrors. I saw a red cab pulling a white trailer, a tanker with a silver belly, but the sound of them did not match the picture. From this height, you expect a certain low roar, a constant shifting rush. You expect engine noise to rise and fall like waves as different vehicles pass. Instead, what I heard was more like a faraway whisper. The rumble that had been a steady background as I walked felt weaker here, as if someone had moved the highway farther away while I was not looking. It made the whole scene look like one of those looping screensavers you get on a TV in a waiting room, moving, but somehow disconnected from the room you are standing in. I pulled my gaze back, suddenly aware of how close I was to the edge. It was not a fear of heights thing. It was more like a tug in my gut telling me the world down there and the world up here were not lining up quite right. My watch read 10:02 a.m. I had been on the trail for just under an hour, right on track. I slid the pack off one shoulder, reached back for a water bottle, and took a long drink. The plastic crinkled in my hand, the water shocking and cold against my tongue and throat. I fished a granola bar out of the hip belt pocket, tore the wrapper with my teeth, and ate it in a few bites, the oats and fake chocolate sticking to my molars. The ridge break felt like a natural place to rest, but I did not want to linger. The highway looked too much like a toy from up here. I shouldered the pack fully again, tightened the straps, and turned back to the trail. Just past the overlook, it changed. The easy rolling path became a climb. Red dirt took over from dark loam, the soil compacted and worn smooth in some spots, scuffed and gouged in others where boots had slipped. The hill in front of me rose steeply enough that I had to lean forward, hands ready to reach out and grab a trunk if I lost my footing. Exposed roots crisscrossed the slope, twisted into natural steps that dared you to trust them. I could see where other hikers had taken shortcuts. Thin side paths cut into the incline, where people tried to shave off a switchback and ended up tearing up the ground. The main trail zigzagged up, marked by those fading orange blazes on trees that tilted at odd angles, their trunks growing out of the slope, like they were halfway through falling over. I started up. At first it was normal exertion. My breathing deepened rough in my own ears. My thighs burned a little as they pushed my weight up pack, pulling at my shoulders. I placed my boots, carefully rolling from heel to toe, using the roots like stairs when they were thick enough, avoiding the slick ones. My heart picked up its pace, but not so much that I felt out of control. I have done worse hills, I told myself. Just keep moving. You stop, it gets harder to start again. The forest around me was the same as before. Wind hissed through the branches, brushing the back of my neck. Insects droned. Something small skittered through leaves, off to my right, squirrel maybe. The highway whisper was faint now, tucked behind hills and trees, but still there. And then the temperature changed. It did not creep up slowly the way it does when the sun comes out. 1 second the air was cool enough that my breath still felt sharp in my throat. The next second, it was as if someone had swung a giant heat lamp over the hill and clicked it on. The first thing I noticed was my skin. A prickling sensation crawled over my arms and the back of my neck, like stepping too close to a campfire. Sweat popped out along my hairline and across my shoulders, soaking into the fabric of my shirt. The air pressed on me from all sides, heavy and thick, like walking into a greenhouse after standing in an air-conditioned room. I stopped and looked up, half expecting to see the sun suddenly blazing down on me through a break in the canopy. The sky above was no brighter than it had been. The clouds were still a flat, dull white. The light filtering through the leaves had not changed color. The heat was not coming from above. It was just there, everywhere. My breathing, which had been steady if a little hard, turned ragged. Each inhale felt like pulling air through a hot, damp towel. I could feel my heart thudding against the straps of my pack. The sweat came faster, running down my temples, sliding between my shoulder blades, soaking my shirt at the lower back. Sound weirdly started to fade at the edges. It was not the total cutout from the trailhead. This was more like someone stuffing cotton in my ears while turning the volume down in stages. The wind in the pines grew muffled, as if it were coming through a wall. The insect noise receded into a distant buzz. Even my own footfalls on the dirt sounded farther away than they should have. A tightness formed behind my eyes. Not pain, pressure. I kept moving for a few more steps on stubbornness alone, each one feeling a little less certain. The slope seemed steeper than it had looked from below, the angle tilting, until I had to lean farther forward than felt natural just to keep from falling backward. The trees were wrong too. They leaned in. I know how that sounds, but that is the only way I can describe it. The trunks on either side of the trail, which had been vertical or close to it, now seemed to pitch inward like the whole forest was bowing above me, closing the gap between their tops. The trunks at the edge of my vision had a subtle curve they had not had before, bending toward the trail, as if drawn by a magnet under the dirt. For a second, I thought of carnival fun houses, the kind with tilted rooms that mess with your sense of balance. Except here, there were no walls, no visible cues to tell you what was crooked and what was not, just a growing sense that the world had shifted a few degrees and forgotten to tell me. My head swam. The heat pushed in closer, wrapping itself around my chest. I stopped halfway up the hill, planted my boots as firmly as I could on two separate roots, and bent forward, hands on my knees. The pack pressed into my back like a hand trying to shove me down. Breathe, I told myself out loud, though my voice sounded like it came from the bottom of a pool. I dragged air in through my nose, let it out through my mouth, counted silently. 1, 2, 3. Again. My heart pounded in my ears, the sound thick and slow, like somebody knocking on a door underwater. For a moment, I considered turning around right there, walking back down the hill to the ridge break, sitting until my head cleared. Maybe I had not drunk enough water earlier. Maybe the coffee and the granola bar were not enough. Maybe this was just a blood sugar crash, a little exertion combined with not enough sleep. But the top of the hill was right there. Or it looked that way at least. The trail ahead curved up and out of sight, but I could see a brighter patch of light where the trees thinned near the crest. If I just got to that point, I told myself I could sit, drink, eat another bar, and laugh about how out of shape I was getting. Just get to the top and rest, I muttered, straightening slowly. The world swayed once as I lifted my head, then steadied. I tightened the waist belt on my pack, as if pulling it closer to my body would keep everything in one piece, and started upward again. Each step felt heavier than the last. My boots might as well have been filled with wet sand. The dirt slipped under my soles even when I was careful. My thighs burned, not with the clean ache of effort, but with something meaner, more insistent, like they were trying to lock up and refuse. The sounds of the forest narrowed further, my awareness of them, shrinking to a thin line at the edge of my hearing. The middle of my vision stayed clear enough, the trail, the next route, the next patch of dirt, but the edges blurred, a little fuzzing out, like someone had smeared Vaseline around the border of my sight. My head grew heavier with every step, like somebody had strapped a weight to my skull. The pull was downward, not forward. Gravity felt stronger here, more personal. I do not know exactly when I crossed from uncomfortable into something is very wrong. It was probably somewhere between one step and the next, when the bright patch at the top of the hill seemed to stretch farther away instead of closer. I tried to take one more step. My boot hit a patch of dry leaves that had been ground into a slick mat over packed dirt. The tread did not catch. My foot slid backward, my balance tilted, and my knees lost the argument with gravity. The last thing I felt was my right shoulder hitting the ground hard, the impact rattling my teeth. Dry leaves crackled around my face, suddenly close. The world spun once as if someone had grabbed the whole hill and given it a sharp twist. Then everything went gray at the edges, collapsing inward, and the forest, the hill, the heat, the muted sounds, all of it fell away into black. 3.2. Waking up in the wrong time. The first thing that came back was the cold. Not sound, not sight, just a wet, seeping cold pressed against the left side of my face. It felt like someone had laid a soaked towel over my cheek and left it there until the chill sank all the way into the bone. My skin prickled when sensation returned, a slow thaw from numb to aching. Then the smell hit. Damp earth, heavy and rich like the scent that comes up when you dig a shovel into ground that has not been disturbed in years. Rotting leaves, sweet in a way that turns sour if you breathe it too deep. Underneath it all, a faint metallic tang that I recognized without wanting to blood, just enough to sting the inside of my nose. I tasted it a second later, copper and salt at the corner of my mouth. I did not open my eyes right away. For a few seconds, I floated in that half place where memory and sensation do not match. I knew I had been climbing a hill. I remembered slipping my shoulder, cracking into the ground, the sky spinning away. But my body felt like it had been poured into a mold and left to harden. I rolled onto my back with a grunt that sounded too loud in my own head. Wet leaves peeled off my cheek with a soft, tearing noise. My shoulder flared in protest, a deep, bruised ache that made my eyes water. When I finally looked up, the sky was wrong. It was not the flat morning gray I remembered from before the climb. Above the black lace of tree branches, the sky was a deep, heavy indigo, the kind of color it only gets well after sunset, when the last of the light has drained, but full night has not quite settled. There were no visible stars yet, just that dense, almost oily blue pressing down. For a moment, my brain tried to insist it was a storm front. Clouds, I thought. Big ones. Maybe we lost the sun behind them. Maybe it is just darker because of rain. But the darkness had that hollow, open quality of true evening, not the diffuse, close-in feel of storm clouds. The spaces between the branches felt like they went on forever. Something cold crawled through my chest. I pushed myself up onto one elbow. The world tilted my vision, narrowing to a tunnel for a second. Dried mud and leaf bits flaked off my jacket. My hip complained when I shifted my legs, a sharp stab along the bone where it had clearly met something hard. I fumbled for my phone with fingers that did not feel like they belonged to me. The pack strap dug into my shoulder as I dragged the device out of the pocket where I always kept it on trail. The screen lit up my face with a harsh, bluish glow that made the darkness around me feel even thicker. The time glared back at me in white numbers. 8:41 p.m., same date, same Sunday. My first thought was that the phone had glitched. It was an older model. I had dropped it more times than I could count. Maybe it had jumped time, somehow reset to some default lost track of its internal clock. Maybe the battery had died and come back wrong. I thumbed to the settings, checked the date and time screen. Automatic time zone on. Location still somewhere off the grid. Time 8:41 p.m. The battery sat at 80%. It had not died and rebooted. It had just kept counting without me. No, I said out loud, and I heard the word as much in my chest as in my ears. I lifted my wrist and tapped the button on my cheap digital watch, the one I wore for work, because I did not care if it got smashed by a pallet or splashed by chemicals. The little backlight flickered on. 8:40 p.m., same day. The numbers lined up like they were mocking me. If both devices were right, I had been face down on that hill for over 10 hours. Panic did not come in a scream or a sudden flood. It slid in quiet, like a cold draft under a door. My thoughts stretched thin and brittle around one awful idea: I have been out. Not minutes, hours. 10+ hours lying here like a piece of trash on the side of the trail. My ex-wife's face flashed in my head, the image my brain always brings up whether I want it or not. Her in the kitchen of our old house, phone in hand, eyebrows drawn together in that particular mix of anger and worry she saved for me. The last text I had sent her just before I stepped onto the trail had been casual. Heading into the hike. Ridgeway Cut Loop. Should be back early afternoon. I'll answer if you call unless I'm driving. It was my version of responsible, a way to say I'm not going to disappear on our son without having to say it out loud. By now, that early afternoon had come and gone a long time ago. She was not just annoyed, she was calling. And when I did not answer, she was doing math, the kind you never want to have to do about the father of your kid. The panic sharpened. I tried to call her. It was a stupid impulse, some part of me wanting to hear her voice to anchor myself to something that existed outside this patch of hillside. I tapped her name. The screen jumped to the calling interface. The digits of her number appeared. No bars, not one. Not even the sad little stub you sometimes get in the middle of nowhere. The call hung for a second, the button gray and useless, and then failed with a small, miserable buzz. "Come on," I muttered, like I could shame a signal into existence. Nothing. I sat fully up, ignoring the protests from my hip and shoulder, and just listened. If it was really almost 9 at night out here, the forest should have been alive with a different soundtrack. Crickets sawing away in the underbrush, a chorus rising and falling. Tree frogs chiming from whatever wet spots were nearby. The occasional baritone hoot of an owl. Night in the woods is rarely quiet, not in this part of the country. What I heard was nothing. The hush had come back. It was not quite as absolute as the hit at the trailhead, or maybe it was, and my brain was doing a better job of pretending it wasn't. But the effect was the same. No insects, no wind, no distant trucks. The air around me felt padded thick, as if invisible insulation had been stapled to every surface. I could hear my own pulse, heavy and slow in my ears. When I inhaled, the sound of it seemed to stop just past my teeth. The forest beyond the halo of my breath might as well have been a photograph. I swallowed. The small click in my throat sounded wrong, like it was being played back a half-second late. I do not know how long I sat there like that, clutching my phone, listening to the absence of everything. It could have been 10 seconds. It could have been a minute. Long enough for the weight of those numbers, 8:41 p.m., to settle on my shoulders like another pack. The idea that I had been lying there all day made my skin crawl. 10 hours is long enough for a lot of things to happen around a body. Animals, people, weather. The worst part was not the thought of being that vulnerable, though that scared me plenty. It was the sense that the world had gone on without me. That time had done what time does, refusing to stop, and I had simply not been present for any of it. Finally, I forced myself to move. I pushed my legs under me and stood. My hip flared again, pain like a hot nail driven into the bone, then subsided to something closer to a steady ache. My shoulder throbbed in time with my heartbeat. I flexed my fingers, rotated my arms, patted my ribs, my thighs like I would after a bad fall at work. No sharp stabs in my chest. No grinding in my joints. No wet warmth spreading anywhere that would indicate serious damage. My lips stung when I ran my tongue over it, and my cheek felt tender where it had been mashed into the ground, but that was it. For a guy who had apparently eaten a hill and blacked out, I was weirdly intact. I dug my flashlight out of the pack, thumbed it on. A hard white beam cut through the indigo and lit up the patch of hillside where I had been lying. Leaves mostly. A thin layer of them over dark dirt, some curled and brown, some fresher, and still holding onto a tint of yellow or red. Small sticks patterning the ground like someone had shaken them from a box. A few exposed roots cutting across like veins. I expected to see a clear outline where my body had pressed all that down for 10 hours. A flattened shape, leaves crushed and matted dirt, damp from my breath, the ghost of my weight imprinted like a shadow. There was nothing. The spot where my face had been felt damp when I touched it, but the leaves there looked no more disturbed than anywhere else. No clear smear where my cheek had dragged when I rolled over. No body-shaped depression. Everything lay in the same loose, random arrangement as the surrounding area. Frowning, I took a step back and knelt deliberately, putting my knee down hard on the ground to test myself. I stayed there for a count of 5, my full weight over that point. When I stood and moved the flashlight beam over it, the difference was immediate. The leaves were crushed into the dirt where my knee had been a small, defined impression in the layered dark soil visible between them. That was what 10 seconds of contact did. 10 hours should have erased any doubt that something heavy had been there. I swung the beam back to where my torso and face had been, a minute before my heart, pushing against my ribs like it was trying to climb higher. Nothing. No smeared patch of leaf, no clear line where my shoulder had dug in. Just the same scattered mess of forest floor, unmarked. I felt a chill move up from the ground through the soles of my boots. If the time was right, then a whole day had passed on this hill without leaving a trace of me on it, which left me with 2 options, neither of them good. Either the forest had somehow lifted me up and lain me back down without disturbing so much as a leaf, or for the hours between when I fell and when I opened my eyes again, I had not actually been here for it to press against. 3 the asphalt field and the voice that used my words. There's a kind of fear that makes you freeze and a kind that kicks you forward. What I felt standing over that undisturbed patch of leaves, both my phone and my watch insisting it was after 8:30 at night, was the second kind. Going deeper into the loop made no sense anymore. Whatever this trail was supposed to be, I was done with it. The only plan that felt remotely sane was simple: get back to the truck, get down to the main road, and let normal people with radios and badges tell me how not dead I was supposed to be right now. I stuffed the flashlight into my hand, like a weapon, twisted the beam down toward the trail, and started back the way I thought I had come. The slope was trickier going down. My sore hip complained with every step, sending little pulses of pain up my side. Leaves slid under my soles when I got careless, so I moved slowly, placing each foot like it mattered. The flashlight carved a white path over roots and rocks, the edges of its beam dissolving into darkness. What bothered me more than the ache in my body was how wrong the world still sounded. Or did not sound. There were no insects, no distant trucks, no wind. The beam of my flashlight picked out details: bark texture, broken branches, the pale belly of a mushroom glowing in the dark. But the silence wrapped around everything like insulation. My foot came down. I could feel the impact in my bones, see the leaves shift, but the sound of it might as well have been happening in someone else's head. Every few seconds, I would stop moving entirely and just listen, holding my breath until my lungs burned. Nothing. The hush became a presence, something thick and invisible, pressing close enough that I felt half buried in it. The trail seemed to feel the same way about me. At first, I was sure I was following the same path down. The faint groove in the ground, the placement of the blazes, the pattern of rocks, it all matched my memory. But as the minutes dragged on, that certainty started to fray. The dirt under my boots looked less worn, less clearly defined. The line of the trail blurred until it felt like I was walking on regular forest floor, not on a path that had seen dozens of boots. The orange blazes appeared less often, and when they did, they looked older, the paint flaking away into the bark, as if whatever had put them there had given up a long time ago. A cold tickle ran up the back of my neck. I yanked my phone out, juggling it with the flashlight, and pulled up the GPS map. The little blue dot that was supposed to be me hovered over a thin loop of line labeled Ridgeway Cut Trail. Except the dot was not on the line. It drifted a little off to the side over blank green, like I was walking parallel to where I should be. I turned in a slow circle, checking the map against the dark shapes of the trees. From my perspective, I was still moving in the right general direction. The hill sloped the way it should. The sense of down felt consistent. But the blue dot slid sideways as I watched, like it was slipping off the map. My mouth went dry. "Okay," I whispered, just to prove I still could, though my ears barely caught the word. "Okay, that's fine. Maps screw up. Happens all the time." That was when I saw the light. Off to my right, through the trees, something bright flickered in my peripheral vision. Not lightning. Not the pale wash of moonlight through clouds. This was a strong, steady yellow-white glow, too warm for the sky, too harsh for someone's flashlight. It looked exactly like the halo you see under a sodium vapor lamp in a parking lot. For a split second, hope punched through the fear. A road, I thought. Maybe I've already come down farther than I realized. Some pull-off, a church lot, anything. I angled toward it. Branches snagged at my jacket as I left what passed for the trail and pushed into the underbrush. The flashlight beam jittered over trunks and ferns, catching eyeshine from something small that bolted away before my brain registered it. The light ahead grew brighter, spreading across the forest floor like a promise. Then the trees broke open, and I stepped out into somewhere that should not have existed. Asphalt. Not a road, not a driveway. A wide, flat expanse of asphalt spread out in front of me, smooth but dusted with a thin film of dirt and leaf bits. No painted lines, no curbs, no guardrails or parking blocks. Just an empty, dark plain in the middle of the forest, like someone had poured a parking lot into a clearing and forgotten to bring the cars. In the dead center of it stood a single light pole. It was tall and metal, the kind you see in strip mall lots and highway rest areas. At the top, a rectangular fixture glowed, throwing a hard cone of yellow-white light down onto the pavement. The edges of that cone faded into the surrounding dark, leaving the trees around the clearing as black walls. I stepped forward until my boot hit the edge where dirt met asphalt. The flashlight beam bounced off the surface, white on gray, making it look even more unreal. Sound, if you want to call it, that was worse under the light. My footsteps lost what little noise they had left. The hollow echo you expect from walking on pavement just did not exist. I could see my boots lifting and falling, could feel the subtle vibration in my legs, but the air did not carry any of it back to me. The hush felt thicker here, denser, like I had walked into the center of that glass dome and was standing exactly where the pressure was highest. I crossed a few yards and turning in a slow circle, flashlight sliding over asphalt, then up the pole, then back down. The trees at the edge of the clearing were motionless, their bark pale in the wash of the overhead light. There were no signs, no buildings, no hint of where a road to this place might be. A soft electronic beep broke the silence. It came from somewhere off to my right, short and unmistakable, the exact sound a car makes when you lock or unlock it with a key fob. I had heard it 1,000 times in parking lots and driveways, that bright little pip of acknowledgement. I snapped the flashlight toward the sound heart, spiking. The beam cut across empty asphalt and vanished into the dark at the edge of the clearing. No car, no person, no reflection off glass or chrome. Just the pole, the light, and the trees. The hair along my arms and the back of my neck prickled hard enough to hurt. Nothing about this matched anything I understood about geography. There was no way a lot like this existed out here without a road leading in. No way I would not have noticed paving from the trail. No way a car could be close enough for a key fob beep without me seeing some sign of it. "This is wrong," I said aloud. And again, my voice sounded like it belonged to someone standing a few feet away. I looked at the far side of the clearing where the trees resumed. My brain latched onto that as the only sensible direction. Forest meant dirt, and dirt eventually meant trail, and trail meant truck. Standing in the middle of a ghost parking lot under a single light pole felt like begging whatever owned that quiet to take a closer look. I started walking again, angling toward the opposite tree line. The beam of the flashlight shook a little, now my hand unsteady. The pole shrank behind me, the cone of light stretching my shadow out in front like something trying to outrun me. I was maybe halfway across when the light died. It went off with a sharp mechanical tack from somewhere inside the fixture, above the kind of sound you hear when a relay flips in a breaker box. One instant, I was standing in harsh yellow glare. The next, I was plunged into a darkness so sudden I actually flinched. The flashlight in my hand became the only light source. Its beam, which had felt strong a moment before, now looked narrow and fragile, a thin strip of white surrounded by an endless black that pressed in on all sides. And with the light, whatever thin thread of sound had been left snapped. The hush slammed down fully harder than before. I felt it in my teeth this time, in the tiny bones of my ears. My breath, fast, now filled my chest, but did not seem to go anywhere. My boots hit asphalt hard, then harder, as I broke into a run, but no echo came back. It was like stomping on a mattress in empty space. Panic swarmed me. I ran toward where I thought the trees were, the flashlight beam jittering wildly over the asphalt, catching nothing but the same featureless gray. The air felt thick, resistant, like moving through water. My chest burned. A part of my brain, not fully consumed by fear, kept trying to calculate distance, 20 yards, 30, 40. The clearing had not looked that big. I should have hit the edge by now. "Hello!" I shouted, my voice tearing up my throat. I felt the strain in my vocal cords, the expansion of my lungs, the push of air. In any sane world, that word should have bounced off trunks and echoed out into the trees. In my ears, there was nothing. The space in front of me ate the sound whole. No bounce, no muffled version, not even the hollow echo you get yelling into a pillow. It was like the word had never existed. For a heartbeat, it felt like I had gone deaf. My own blood thudded in my head, but even that seemed distant, like it was happening inside a plastic shell. Then, from directly behind my left ear, at a distance that should have meant somebody's mouth was almost touching my skin, I heard my voice say, "Hello." Same tone, same pitch, same tired, panicked twist to it. Every contour of that word matched what I had just tried to push out of my own throat. Except now it was coming from the wrong place, arriving late, whispered in reverse into the side of my head. I spun so fast my foot caught the edge where asphalt met uneven ground. For a half second, the flashlight beam swung wildly, carving thin arcs of light through empty space. There was nothing behind me. No one. Just the flat stretch of dark pavement vanishing into black. No pole, no truck, no person close enough to murmur in my ear. My ankle twisted. I went down hard, one knee slamming into the edge of the asphalt, palms skidding over grit and loose dirt. The flashlight flew out of my hand, landed somewhere to my right with a clatter. I felt more through my bones than heard. The darkness swallowed everything. For a moment that stretched too long, I lay there, chest-heaving hands searching blindly. My fingertips brushed plastic. I closed around the flashlight thumb, landing on the switch. The instant the beam snapped back on, so did the world. Sound rushed in around me like someone had kicked open a door. Night insects chattered and sawed in the underbrush, their chorus rising and falling in complicated waves. Leaves whispered overhead as a small gust of wind rolled through, making branches creak. Far, far below, US 19 murmured faint but real, a long, steady wash of distant traffic. I blinked against the sudden noise, ears ringing with the contrast. The overhead light was back on too, or rather there was no overhead light, and that might have been worse. Because when I pushed myself up to my knees and swung the flashlight around, there was no asphalt under my palms, no wide, flat expanse, no pole, no fixture dangling above, just forest. I knelt in a patch of leaf litter and dirt at the base of a slight sloped tree trunks, crowding close on all sides. The flashlight beam picked out ferns, exposed roots, a rotting log. The ground where my knee had hit was already stamped with the clear, familiar impression of my weight leaves crushed into the soil. Behind me, where the lot should have been, there was only more forest floor rolling gently downward, uneven and cluttered. No sharp line where pavement ended, no scuffed gray surface, just the same brown chaos as everything else. My digital watch glowed weakly on my wrist when I smacked the button. 11:27 p.m. I stared at the numbers until they blurred. I tried to remember how long I had been on that asphalt, that non-place, if it had been asphalt at all. A minute 5. An hour I had no frame of reference. Time inside the hush had not just slipped, it had fallen out from under me. I stood slowly, the flashlight beam jittering on the trees, and realized the worst part was not that I did not know how long I had been, wherever that was. It was that I no longer trusted the ground I was standing on to be the same ground I had started on. For one, losing the trail and the search that wasn't there. At some point, you have to decide what you trust more, a line someone painted on a tree 10 years ago, or gravity. Standing there with my watch insisting it was after 11 at night, my brain still reeling from an asphalt lot that apparently never existed, I realized I was done pretending there was a trail in any meaningful sense. Whatever faint groove I had been following earlier had blurred into nothing. The forest did not care where the loop was supposed to go. It did not even care that the loop existed. Downhill, though, that was basic. Water runs down. Roads usually choose the easier grades. Humans, for the most part, build at the bottom of things. If I kept moving downhill eventually, I had to hit something that was not trees. A creek bed, a Forest Service road, a drainage culvert I could follow. At least that was the story I told myself. I picked the direction that felt most like down and started walking. The forest around me had become a maze. In the tight circle of the flashlight beam, the trees all looked like variations on the same model, straight trunks, rough bark branches starting higher than my head, leaves catching and throwing back little bits of the light. Step outside that circle, and they turned into a wall of black, indistinct, but solid. Every few yards, I had to stop and adjust my angle, correcting for the way the slope twisted under my boots. What felt like downhill from one spot shifted sideways a few paces later, the hillside folding and refolding itself in the dark. The small things became anchors. A spider web caught in the beam, once a delicate sheet strung between two saplings, every thread lit up in glaring white. I stopped short, heart jumping at the sudden sheet of light, then exhaled when my brain caught up. The web trembled from my breath, and then stilled empty. No spider in sight. I stepped around it like it was made of glass. A moss-covered stump appeared a little farther on its top flat, and hollowed full of wet, decomposing leaves. A rusted soda can lay half buried at its base, the old pull tab still attached, the logo, long since eaten away to red-brown streaks. It looked like it had been there since before I was born. Evidence that somebody at some point had come this way and been careless. After a while, I saw a blue ribbon tied around a tree trunk at about chest height. The fabric was dirty and frayed, the knot stiff. It flapped once in a breath of wind and then hung limp. I had no idea if it was an old marker from a maintainer, a boundary line, or just something a bored kid had tied up here once. In the dark, it did not feel like a friendly sign. It felt like someone had left a tag on the forest itself, like the whole place was inventory. I kept moving. Every dozen steps or so, I forced myself to call out. "Hello," I shouted at first voice, cracking a little with the strain. "Anybody out here?" The sound left my throat and actually made it to my ears this time, which felt like an improvement, but the forest swallowed it faster than it should have. No echo off distant ridges, no faint bounce back. It was like yelling in a carpeted room. The word landed on the trees and went no farther. I listened hard after each shout, holding the flashlight steady, trying to keep my own breathing quiet. Nothing answered. The insects were back, sort of. They did not sound right. Normally, night bugs in the woods are a constant thing, a layered, messy chorus that rarely stops completely. Crickets, katydids, whatever else is out there, they overlap each species doing its own song, the whole mess rising and falling, but never fully cutting out. Here, the chorus felt controlled. There would be stretches of sound chirps and buzzes filling the spaces between the trees, and then suddenly silence. Not the full-on hush from before, but a noticeable drop, like someone turning a switch off. A pause. Then just as abruptly, the insects would start again all at once, as if cued. It reminded me of someone messing with a soundboard. Channel on, channel off, testing. Each time the insects cut out, my shoulders tensed. Each time they came back, I wondered if I should feel relieved or more unnerved that something was clearly flipping them. My head went predictably to every missing hiker story I had ever half listened to on the drive to some trailhead. The ones that stuck with me even when I rolled my eyes. Guy takes a side path, twists his ankle, crawls for hours, never makes it back. Woman steps off trail to pee, loses the line, spends the night in a ravine while helicopters thump overhead just out of sight. Kid wanders away from a campsite and is found days later miles away in a place nobody can explain him reaching. I had always imagined those people surrounded by sound. Birds, helicopters, dogs, barking people calling their names. Fear, yes, but fear colored by the sense that life was happening loudly around them. My fear felt empty. I pictured myself stepping in a hole, wrong the ankle going with a sickening crack. Lying there until the cold seeped all the way in. Hypothermia creeping up quietly, turning panic into confusion and then sleep. I pictured some volunteer in an orange vest stumbling over my body 2 days later, cursing under his breath and swearing he had been over this patch of ground twice already. Except, there was a piece missing from that scenario, and it gnawed at me. If my ex-wife had done the reasonable thing, if she had called when I blew past early afternoon and kept going into evening with no texts, there should have been people out here by now. We had lived in West Virginia long enough to know how this stuff goes. You call 911, you say my ex went out on a hike and did not come back, and the machine starts grinding. Deputies, volunteers, maybe a dog team if they have one handy. Flashlights in trees, radios, crackling trucks at trailheads. This was not some forgotten patch of wilderness in Alaska. This was a loop off a highway exit in a national forest, where they apparently trained search crews according to the gas station TV. So where were they? I pictured beams of light cutting through trees, the sound of men's voices calling my name, dogs crashing through underbrush. The whoop-whoop of a helicopter passing overhead, loud enough to vibrate in my teeth. Nothing. "Hey!" I yelled louder this time, forcing it from the bottom of my lungs. The word tore at my throat. It felt like I had been shouting for hours, even though I knew I had not. Someone, my voice cracked on the last syllable, shredding into something raw. The effort made my vision swim for a second. I stopped walking, planted my boots, and waited. Leaves settled. A branch creaked somewhere above me as it shifted under its own weight. The insect chorus, cut out mid-chirp, stayed gone for a beat that lasted far too long, then flicked back on like nothing had happened. No answering shout, no flashlight, no crunch of boots, no bark. Just me, my own ragged breathing, and the sense that if there was a search going on, it was happening on a different layer of the same map. Close enough to touch, unreachable. That thought lodged itself in my chest like a splinter. My muscles were starting to tremble from the constant tension. My hip ached with each careful step downhill. The beam of the flashlight bounced more now, picking out more random details, a strip of old peeling blaze paint on a tree trunk that meant nothing. Now the smooth tunnel of a small animal's path under a root, the pale disc of a mushroom that had grown on the underside of a fallen log, and somehow still looked more at home here than I did. Anyone out here? I tried again, softer because it hurt too much to go full volume. My voice barely made a dent in the quiet. For the first time, it really hit me that whatever had happened on that hill and in that not parking lot was not just weirdness I could shake off later. I was moving through a place where my rules, trail in trail, outcall for help, get found, were not being honored. If there was a search, it was not for me, or I was not where it was, or both. 4.2. The cemetery that shouldn't exist. I do not know how long I walked downhill before the trees began to thin. Time had stopped meaning anything useful back on that hill. All I had were sensations, the burn in my thighs, the ache in my hip, the way the flashlight beam wobbled over roots and rocks, like it was as tired as I was. At some point, the darkness in front of me changed. It was subtle at first, just a softening of the black. The trees ahead still blocked most of the sky, but there was a faint glow leaking between them. Not the hard white of my flashlight bouncing back at me, and not the sick yellow of that parking lot light I had walked under earlier. This was cooler. More like the way moonlight looks when it falls on something pale. I killed my flashlight to make sure I was not imagining it. Darkness rushed up, swallowing everything within arm's reach. For a second, I regretted it. My heart stuttered like I jumped off a step I hadn't seen. Then, as my eyes strained, I could see it more clearly. Ahead, through the trunks, there was a patch of not black, a soft grayness low to the ground, the way light looks when it is bouncing off stone or weathered wood. It did not flicker. It did not move. It just sat there, steady and wrong in a forest that should have been complete night. The insects had quieted again without me noticing exactly when. The silence pressed on my ears until I could hear my own swallow. I thumbed the flashlight back on and angled toward the glow. The trees thinned abruptly, like a curtain pulled open, and then I was stepping out into a place that did not belong on this hill. It was a cemetery. Not a big one, maybe 15-20 headstones at most, but enough to make the forest around it look like it had grown up around a forgotten island of human intention. The ground under my boots shifted from leaf litter and roots to a more open mounded earthgrass, trying and mostly failing to reclaim it. The stones themselves were scattered in loose rows, some standing straight, others leaning at odd angles like crooked teeth. An iron fence ringed part of the clearing. It sagged in the middle where one section had collapsed entirely. The metal posts bent outward, as if something heavy had pushed through years ago. Vines had claimed most of it, twining up. The bar's leaves turned black in the beam of my flashlight. In places, rust had eaten holes right through the iron, leaving jagged mouths. The glow I had seen from the trees was just the moon finally able to hit something flat and pale. It washed over the tops of the headstones, turning them into dull, rectangular ghosts. Clouds must have thinned at some point while I was stumbling around in the woods. Above, the sky had that deep, late-night blue-black with a few stars punching through. I stopped just inside the broken section of fence and pulled out my phone again, more out of reflex than hope. The offline map sprang up. The little blue dot still hovered in a sea of green, the label Ridgeway Cut Trail, looping off to one side. No markings for a cemetery. No little cross icon. No historic site. Nothing. I zoomed in until the screen was almost entirely green. The contour lines told me I was on a slope which fit. The lack of any notation for the graveyard did not. Maybe it was old enough that nobody had bothered. Maybe it belonged to some family from way back and hadn't made it onto whatever database the map app used. But standing there with the iron fence flaking under my hand and the stones catching moonlight, it felt less like something had been forgotten and more like something had been left out on purpose. I stepped farther in, weaving between headstones. They were worn, most of them. The names and dates had been chewed by time and weather until they were hard to read, even with the flashlight. Henderson 1 still said clearly, the letters deeply carved a date below reading 1872, 1899. Another shorter stone leaned forward so far it was almost horizontal. M.L. James, the top line, read the rest, smeared by lichen and age into a gray blur. Some stones had no legible markings at all, their surfaces eroded to vague, ghostly shapes. This place had been here a long time. Long before the Ridgeway Cut Loop. Long before US 19. Whoever was under these mounds had been planted on this hill when the idea of someone like me wandering through with a GPS in his pocket would have sounded like witchcraft. The wind picked up just a little as I walked between the graves. I felt it brush my cheeks, slip under the collar of my jacket, stir my damp shirt. It made a low, tired sound as it moved through the bare branches overhead. The insect chorus dropped with it. Not all the way off, but close. The buzz and chirp that had filled the background fell away until it was just a few isolated, hesitant sounds, like whatever made them had collectively decided to hold its breath while I walked among the stones. My boots scuffed over patches of grass and dirt over old depressions, where the ground had sunk slightly in long, narrow shapes. The beam of the flashlight moved from name to name, date to date, carving the world into narrow strips of awareness. That is when I saw them. At first, they were just shapes at the edge of the light. 4 dark figures standing near the center of the cemetery, grouped close around a larger headstone. Their backs were to me, their outlines sharp against the faint wash of moonlight beyond. For a second, I thought they were just another set of trees, until my brain processed the height, the slope of shoulders, the way they occupied space. People. They were dressed like it anyway. I could see the familiar bulk of insulated jackets, the darker hoods of hoodies, the straight lines of jeans. Nothing flowing or old-fashioned. No long coats or period clothing to match the dates on the stones. They looked like hikers or search and rescue volunteers. The kind of people who might be out here at night with flashlights and radios and a very good reason to answer when someone called out. Relief flared hot in my chest, so sudden it was almost painful. "Hey," I called, voice cracking. I stepped over a toppled stone without taking my eyes off them. "Hey, can you guys help me?" Nothing. They did not turn. They did not shift. They did not even flinch the way people do when a sudden noise hits their backs. They just stood there, 4 silhouettes, backs to me, heads slightly bowed toward the grave in front of them. Maybe they did not hear me. Maybe the wind had taken my voice. I moved closer, my boots crunching over gravelly dirt. "Hey," I tried again, louder. "I'm lost. Do you have radios, phones?" I closed the gap to maybe 20-25 feet. From that distance, I could see more detail. The way one figure's jacket bunched at the shoulders like there was a backpack under it. The curve of another's hood pulled up over their head. One of them had their hands in their pockets, elbows jutting out. Still, no one reacted. Anger flickered under the fear, a small, irrational spark. You do not ignore someone yelling for help in a place like this. You do not stand in the middle of an unmarked cemetery at nearly midnight and pretend you are alone. I took another step, my toe bumping the edge of a low stone. The beam of my flashlight shivered across the uneven ground. That was when one of them moved. The figure closest to me on the left shifted. Not the whole body, just the head. It turned slowly, as if it were on a hinge that had not been oiled in a long time. The shoulders stayed pointed toward the grave, the neck twisted until the face where the face should have been angled in my direction. My brain, helpful as ever, tried to fill in the blanks as the light caught it. Eyes first, then nose, mouth, some hint of bone structure, a beard maybe, a shadow where a jawline should be. There was nothing to grab onto. Where the face should have been was a smooth, dark oval, darker than the night around it, as if someone had cut that section out of the world and replaced it with a piece of void. Not a mask, not cloth, no surface texture my eyes could latch onto, no shine, no matte. Just absence. It was not a skull. There was no ghostly bone showing no gory hollow. It was like the idea of a face had been deleted. My stomach lurched like I had missed a step on a staircase. I could not see eyes, but I knew deep in that animal part of me that does not need proof that something on the other side of that blankness was looking straight at me. And then it moved again. Not the head, not the body, the surface. The smooth black oval rippled barely, like a thin membrane flexing from pressure underneath. For a split second it bulged in several places at once, small protrusions pressing outward, and then sliding away like fingertips shoving at the inside of plastic. My legs went cold. I stumbled backward without thinking, heel catching on a toppled headstone. My arms pinwheeled the flashlight beam, slicing wild arcs across leaning stones and empty air. I nearly went down, both knees buckling, and barely caught myself with one hand on gritty earth. I blinked, hard eyes, stinging heart rattling against my ribs. When I got the flashlight under control and brought it back up, the cemetery was empty. No four figures at the center. No jackets, no hoods, no dark oval where a face should be. Just the old stones leaning at their awkward angles. The iron fence sagging and wrapped in vine. A patch of bare earth where a larger grave marker rose alone. The insect chorus crept back up from somewhere beyond the perimeter, tentative at first, then fuller. The wind sighed once through the branches and then settled. I stood there, chest heaving, beam shaking slightly over names and dates worn half away, and understood that whatever I had just seen did not care whether I believed in it. It was here, and it had no reason to pretend it was human for my benefit. 4-3. The Subaru and the view from above. Leaving the cemetery did not feel like walking out of a place. It felt like forcing my way out of someone's line of sight. I did not bother trying to find the broken section of iron fence again. I turned my back on the stones and pushed into the trees. At the first gap, I saw branches clawing at my sleeves, undergrowth grabbing my ankles. The flashlight beam jittered over trunks and shrubs. I moved fast enough that the pack slapped against my shoulders with each step. All I cared about was away. The slope under my boots was erratic. Sometimes I was going downhill, sometimes not. Gravity seemed to change its mind every few yards. I tried to pick a line and stick to it, but the forest did not want to agree on what down meant. I relied on the pull in my calves, the way loose dirt slid under my soles. The instinct that said low ground was safer than high right now. Branches snapped back into my face. Twigs raked my hands. At one point, I stepped into a nest of dead leaves that hit a rock, and my ankle rolled so hard I saw white for a heartbeat. I caught myself on a trunk, breath hissing through my teeth, the taste of panic sharp on my tongue. Then faintly, under the insect noise and the dry rustle of my own stumble, I heard it. Water. Just a little sound at first. A soft, constant murmur like someone running a faucet in another room with the door cracked. It came from somewhere below and to my left. I turned toward it like it was speaking directly to me. Streams make sense. Streams have logic. They go from higher to lower, and people tend to put roads and trails and culverts where streams end up crossing things they care about. I followed the sound. It grew clearer as I moved the forest floor, sloping more decisively in that direction. Roots tried to trip me. I pushed through thin saplings that bent grudgingly aside and then sprang back, slapping at my pack. Finally, the trees opened around a shallow cut in the hillside, and there it was, a narrow stream, maybe 2 feet across, at its widest point, threading over rocks and under fallen branches. The flashlight beam caught the water where it broke over stone, making it look like strips of white paint. I stepped down onto the bank, boots crunching through pebbles, and stood with my toes almost in the flow. The sound of it should have been soothing. It should have fit the picture. It did not. The babble was too clean, too even. No variation in volume when it passed different rocks. No shift when a leaf floated through, no extra splash when it dropped that inch here or there. It sounded like the background noise track you get on those generic, relaxing nature sounds videos online. A loop. Run for 5 seconds, repeat. I crouched and stuck my fingers into the water. It was cold, real. Pressure against my skin current pushing gently around my knuckles. When I pulled my hand back, droplets clung to my fingers and glittered in the flashlight beam. My ears and my skin were not telling the same story. Just follow it, I whispered, as if the stream were a rope someone had left trailing out of a hole. Follow it out. The bank was uneven and slick with moss in places. I walked along the slightly higher ground beside it, where I could hopping from rock to rock when the slope pinched in. Once, as I stepped onto a green-coated stone, my boot shot out from under me. My ass hit the ground hard enough to jar my spine, and my left hand landed right at the edge of the water, splashing through. For a second, I just stayed there, sitting on cold, damp earth, breathing like I had sprinted, staring at the stream. The constant, identical babble crawled through my head. "Okay," I said out loud, not caring if the forest heard. "Okay, break." I slid the pack off one shoulder so I could get at the front pocket and fished out my phone. The screen's glow looked almost violent against the deep dark around me. My thumb left a wet streak where river water had not quite dried. Battery 41%. The number punched a small, precise hole in my stomach. I had started the day with over 90. Most of that had bled away while I was unconscious, wandering, or being shown places that may or may not have existed. The idea of getting stuck out here with a dead phone took the air out of my lungs in an entirely different way from the hush. I tapped over to the map. The little blue dot was still there, still representing me, still lying its way through a landscape that no longer wanted to match up. It hovered between the faint gray lines denoting the Ridgeway cut loop and a blank patch of green with no labels. If it was supposed to be on the trail line, it had missed. Zooming in just made the wrongness crisper. The contour lines curled around the dot, showing a dip here, a ridge there, but there was no stream, marked no cemetery, no random asphalt lot with a light pole. Just a sanitized version of this hill. As I dragged the map with my finger to see if anything nearby looked familiar, the screen hiccuped. For a split second, the green and gray and little labels vanished, replaced by a flat grid of light gray squares like graph paper. It was bare. No roads, no lines, nothing. Then just as fast, the map snapped back into existence, the blue dot jumping slightly to the left, like it had been dragged. I stared at it, throat tight, and suddenly could not stand looking at where the map thought I was anymore. I flicked over to my photos. Distraction, or maybe some half-formed idea that I could prove to myself the day had started normal. The first image in the roll was the familiar one. The trailhead sign, the dark tunnel of trees, my truck's fender peeking in from the side. 9:11 a.m. I remembered taking that one. Remembered thinking about how it would look on the hiking group feed later. Under it sat the second picture, 9:12 a.m., the one taken from that too high angle with the Subaru shifted a bit, like the camera had been held over my shoulder while I was not looking. Just seeing the thumbnail made my skin crawl. And then there was a third. I almost scrolled past it, assuming it was just another accidental duplicate, but the tiny preview stopped me. It was lighter than the others, more open. The angle was wrong. I tapped it. The photo expanded to fill the screen, and for a second, my brain struggled to assemble it into something that made sense. It was the Ridgeway Cut parking area, my Ridgeway Cut parking area, but seen from a vantage point I had never occupied. The frame was tilted down toward the lot from above, like the camera was perched halfway up a tree on the hillside behind the gravel. My Tacoma sat in its spot silver paint, catching the last low smear of evening light. The Subaru was there too, its shape unmistakable mud-splattered Ohio plates, glinting faintly stickers, just ghost shapes on the bumper. The trucks looked smaller from up there, less solid, more like toys someone had carefully placed in a diorama. In the background, past the parked vehicles, I could see the line of the county road, and beyond that, the dark mass of trees on the opposite hill. The sky above the tree line was streaked with dying color clouds, bruised purple along the bottom, the kind of light you get around 6 p.m. in late fall. My stomach flipped. I looked at the timestamp in the corner. 6:03 p.m. While I had been face down on a hill, apparently out cold. While my watch and phone had been quietly ticking toward 8, toward panic. Or while I thought I had been lost in that impossible parking lot. Or wandering a version of these woods that did not think it needed to obey the same rules. Somewhere in there, something had taken my phone and pointed it down at my own damn truck. My first instinct was denial. I must have taken it earlier. Maybe I had walked up behind the lot when I first arrived, scouting for some overlook, and forgotten in the blur of everything. Maybe the phone had bugged and attached the wrong time. Maybe Zurchin. But the light in the picture did not match 9 a.m. It was the heavy sideways light of late day. And I had a very clear memory of what I'd actually been doing around 6 in the evening, not standing in a tree line with a bird's eye view of my own truck. I zoomed in until the pixels started to break. No people near the vehicles. The lot was empty except for the Tacoma and the Subaru, both still sitting like patient animals waiting for their owners. No searchers in orange vests. No ex-wife checking the locks. No deputies. Just the two cars parked at their slight angles. The Subaru was shifted again, not by much, but enough that my brain latched onto it. In the first trailhead photo, it had been angled a little right. In the second, it had pivoted. Here from above, it sat a few inches farther forward, tires turned slightly inward. Not wildly different, like someone had adjusted their parking job a couple of times, inching forward and back, but different enough to feel like jumping between frames in a stop-motion sequence. I dragged the image around, trying to pick out any other subtle changes. A shadow a few inches to the left here. A darker patch on the gravel there. Little edits I could not prove, but could feel. Then my eyes snagged on something in the tree line. In the top left of the photo, right at the bottom edge of where the thick canopy starts, there was a shape that was just wrong enough to stand out. Not fully formed, not outlined like a person in a drawing. Just a slightly darker vertical suggestion where the trunks around it were more uniform. I zoomed in on that spot until the image turned into a mess of grain and digital noise. The shape stayed. It was the size and general form of a human figure. Shoulders, head, maybe an arm bent close to the body. No features, no shine-off eyes or teeth. Just an absence where there should have been the random pattern of branches and leaves. The worst part was its position. It was exactly where the camera would have been to get this shot. Right at the edge of the drop-off in the trees behind the lot, like whoever or whatever had taken the photo had been standing right there looking down at my truck, holding my phone. My thumb shook on the screen. I flipped back through the photos. Trailhead 911, over my shoulder angle 912, parking lot from above 6:03 p.m. Each one a little more wrong than the last, each one proving that for chunks of this day, the phone had been somewhere I was not. Or maybe I had been somewhere else entirely, and the phone had stayed here with something else. The Subaru's slightly different posture in each shot suddenly felt like proof, not glitch. Not one moment captured 3 ways, but 3 visits to the same place at different times. Different arrangements, my truck waiting, the Subaru shifting, the forest watching, and something in the tree line documenting all of it while I wandered through a version of this hill that did not seem convinced I had a right to be there. 5-1 panic exhaustion. And the moment I stopped fighting, there is a point where fear stops feeling sharp and starts feeling heavy. I did not hit that point all at once. It settled on me in layers. By the time I realized I was truly circling this hill instead of getting off it, my body was already turning on me. My mouth felt like it was lined with sandpaper. Every swallow scraped. The last of my water was gone. I had rationed it too long, assuming there would be a later where I could refill and laugh at myself for getting spooked. Later kept moving. My stomach had turned itself into a knot hours earlier. The granola bar from the ridge felt like something I remembered from another life. Every time I thought about eating again, the fear hit so hard it made me nauseous, like my body had decided survival was less important than staying on high alert. My legs churned on autopilot, but there was no rhythm anymore. Roots reached for my ankles. Every other step was a tiny stumble. The pack that had felt like a familiar weight at the trailhead now dragged at my shoulders like punishment. I kept trying to be smart. That was the worst part. I did all the things you hear about the things the reasonable part of my brain insisted should work even here. I started marking trees. At first it was small stuff. I would snap a low branch as I passed the kind of clean, fresh break that looks different from old storm damage. A little visual breadcrumb. After a while, when I began seeing the same shapes in the dark too many times, I upped it. I took out my pocket knife and shaved a thin strip of bark off a trunk at shoulder height, exposing the pale wood beneath. A crude blaze of my own. The first time I circled back to a tree, I was sure I had marked there was nothing on it. The bark was rough and unbroken the way it had been before my blade ever touched it. No shaved strip, no scar. Just the same random patterns of lichen and cracks. The snapped branches I knew I had bent down and broken were whole again, or gone, and this was somehow worse visible on trees that I did not remember touching at all a few yards away from where they should have been. I started stacking rocks instead. Little cairns, 3 stones, 4 built at the base of certain trunks, or on flat patches of dirt. I told myself that if I saw the same pile twice, I would know I was looping. Once an hour, maybe less, maybe more, after building one of those stacks, I came back to the same clearing, the same log, the same twist of root. The pile was there, but wrong. The stone I knew I had placed on top was now wedged at the bottom. The order reversed. The whole thing rebuilt with the same pieces in a different arrangement. Another time, one of my cairns was simply gone. No stones, no scuffs in the dirt where they had been. Like I had imagined the whole act. The forest felt like it was tolerating my attempts to leave notes for myself, the way an adult tolerates a child's game. Amused, mildly interested, not obligated to play by the same rules. The sound followed its own pattern. I got stretches where things almost felt right again. Birds called overhead, their voices sharp and distinct. The wind moved through the branches in long, tired sighs. The stream beside me, when I followed it, almost sounded natural if I did not listen too closely. For a few blessed minutes at a time, the bugs in the undergrowth sawed away like normal, their combined noise forming that messy, familiar blanket of sound. Then snap. Something would cut the channel. The birds would shut up mid-call. The wind would drop like a hand had slapped it down. The insects would fall silent so completely it made my ears ring. The water in the stream kept moving, kept pushing against my boots when I stepped in it. But its sound faded to almost nothing, like I was hearing it through a wall. The world would sit like that for a few seconds. No sound, no breath, just that suffocating hush. And then, like someone flipping a breaker, everything would surge back. Birds whined, bugs, water, all snapping on at once, a fraction of a beat out of sync. Each time it happened, my grip on the idea of normal slipped a little. At one point, I could not tell you what time, because time had stopped being a straight line. I heard something that almost broke me. Voices. Faint at first. So faint I thought I was imagining them. A thin murmur under the insect noise, like a radio left on low in another part of the house. Then clearer. Shouting, maybe. A man's voice calling something I could not quite make out, carried on the wind from somewhere beyond the trees. Every hair on my body snapped to attention. "Hey," I yelled back, throat raw. "Hey, I'm here!" The voices continued, threaded with urgency. It sounded like someone calling to someone else, names, commands I did not know. My brain filled in what it wanted to hear. "Mark, over here. We've got something." I broke into a run without thinking. The flashlight beam jolted up and down, swinging over trunks, roots, rocks. Branches whipped my face. I headed straight for the sound, adrenaline temporarily drowning out the hunger and the pain. "Hey!" I screamed. "I'm here! Keep talking!" As I ran, the quality of the sound changed. It started to flatten. The distinct edges of words blurred, smearing into a broader wash. The more distance I ate up between us, the less human it sounded. The shouts stretched out into long runs of noise that could have been voices, could have been wind. Then 10 yards from where I was sure the source had to be, the sound stopped. Not faded. Stopped. I burst into a small clearing, a dip in the ground, with a few saplings clustered in the center, nothing else remarkable about it, and skidded to a halt. The only noise left was my own ragged breathing and the dull thud of my footsteps as I tried not to fall. "Hello," I croaked, turning in a circle, flashlight beam sweeping over the leaf-strewn ground, the trunks around me, the patch of sky overhead. No answer. The wind picked up and slid through the branches, making a hollow, low sound that bore just enough of the same tone as the voices to make my stomach twist. It was like listening to someone replay my hope on a different speed. I stood there until the shaking in my legs forced me to sit. I found a fallen log at the edge of the clearing and dropped onto it, the wood damp and soft under me. The pack pressed into my spine. My head felt too heavy for my neck. My hands lay in my lap, palms up, fingers trembling in tiny, uncontrollable twitches. Somewhere in the mess of my thoughts, a truth finally surfaced, ugly, obvious, and impossible to keep ignoring. I might not get out. Not I might spend a rough night and make it back to my truck in the morning. Not I might need a ranger to guide me back to the lot while I apologize and crack jokes about being an idiot. I might simply not get out. I might die on this hill, and whatever version of me these woods had decided to keep would be left to rot under leaves that never seemed to remember I'd been there. And if that happened, the people who talked about me later, if anyone did, would reduce all of this to 2 words: lost hiker. They would talk about how I must have stepped off trail, how I should have stayed put, how I should have carried more water, told more people exactly where I was going, stuck to familiar loops. They would talk about poor planning and bad luck and the importance of respecting nature. They would not talk about parking lots that weren't there, or cemeteries that did not exist on a map, or faceless people in modern jackets standing vigil over graves. They would not talk about the way sound had been turned into a toy and my sense of time had been scraped out and rearranged. Those things would die with me. My throat burned, not from screaming, from the way something inside me was trying to hold on to the world I thought I knew and could not find a grip. Sitting there on that log in that nothing special clearing, I hit bottom. I did not have some big cinematic breakdown. I did not sob or rip my hair out. It was quieter than that, more hollow. I just ran out of fight. My shoulders slumped. The adrenaline that had been running my body on fumes finally sputtered and dropped out, leaving a heavy, exhausted ache in its place. My hands went from shaking with tension to just hanging there empty. I remember looking at the ground, at the scatter of leaves and twigs and small stones at my feet, and thinking very clearly, I may never see my kid again. I may never clock into that stupid warehouse again. This hill might be the last place my body ever cools down. And then another thought slid in behind it, softer but sharper. I have been spending every second out here trying to drag the world back to normal, trying to force the trail to behave like a trail, trying to make the sounds line up with what I know, trying to treat this like a problem I can solve with effort and rational choices. It was not working. That was the first moment, I'm telling you now, that I stopped trying to drag my world back to normal and just let it be broken around me. I do not mean I gave up on living. I mean I stopped pushing my version of reality against whatever this place was, and started for the first time to really pay attention to how it wanted to behave. The forest had been talking this whole time in glitches and silences and impossible photos. I had been too busy shouting at it to listen. 5.2. The whispers in stone and water. If you walk long enough in the dark, your world shrinks down to whatever your back can lean against. After the clearing with the false voices and that quiet admission to myself that I might not get out, I drifted downhill again until my calves shook and my hips sent up steady flares of pain with every step. I do not remember choosing a direction. I just remember seeing the faint glint of water in my flashlight beam and angling toward it like a moth. It was another stretch of the same narrow stream, or maybe a different one. At that point, all water felt like the same strip of moving glass. The bank here was a little wider, with a tree that had grown right at the edge, its roots exposed where the earth had been washed away over the years. I slid down beside it and let my back find the trunk. The bark was cool and rough against my shoulders and neck, pressing ridges into my skin through the fabric of my jacket. It felt like leaning into the spine of the hill itself. My legs stretched out in front of me, boots almost touching the water. The pack wedged uncomfortably between me and the tree, but I did not have the energy to shrug it off. The stream sounded normal, or as close to normal as anything did here. It gurgled over small stones, the notes rising and falling in a messy pattern. Every now and then, little clacks rang out as rocks shifted against each other under the current. A few leaves skated along the surface until they caught on a twig and dammed up tiny vortices. A breeze moved through the branches overhead, cool fingers slipping through the hair at my temples. The leaves whispered a low, constant hiss. For a few minutes, 5, 10, I do not know, I just breathed. In, out, in, out. The exhaustion was bone deep. Not just the fatigue of muscles and joints, but something heavier in my chest. The kind that comes from realizing effort does not equal progress anymore. I did not have the strength to stand. I barely had the strength to keep my eyes open. It would have been easy, too easy to close them and let whatever happened next happen without having to watch it. Maybe that is why I heard it. At first, it was nothing more than a sense that the sound of the stream had shifted. I could not have told you how exactly. The water still moved, still tumbled over rock and around exposed roots. But the noise seemed to gather itself in certain spots, like it was hitting invisible shapes I could not see. The gurgles started to come in clusters. 3, pause, 2, pause, 4. The pattern repeating, then changing, then repeating again. My brain, being what it is, did the thing every human brain does when it hears repetition. It began to look for meaning. You know how you can sit in front of a box fan, and if you listen long enough, convince yourself you hear faint words in the constant rush. Or how some people hear phrases in the white noise of a TV on a dead channel. It felt like that at first. I told myself that was all it was. I was dehydrated, hungry, probably flirting with some kind of heat exhaustion, or hypothermia, God knows which. Of course, my mind would start trying to organize random sound into something familiar. That was safer than admitting the forest might actually be talking. But it did not stop. The water's song layered with the soft ticking of small stones knocking together and the faint rasp of leaves dragging against each other in the current. Together, they made a tangle of noise that, if I let my thoughts drift just enough, started to carry a rhythm I could not ignore. Gurgle, clack, hiss, pause. Gurgle, gurgle, clack, pause. Cadence. Almost like syllables, almost like breath. I focused on my own breathing, trying to drown it out. The pattern only got clearer. At first, whatever it was saying came through as impressions more than words. A pull downward when the stream dropped over a little ledge. A kind of opening feeling when the water slid under a half-submerged branch. A low warning pulse where rocks forced it into a narrow choke point. Then the impressions began to sharpen. I started hearing pieces. Not whole sentences, not anything in English I could have recorded, but shapes of meaning. Down. The thought came with the sound of the water sliding over a sudden change in depth, the pitch dropping a little as it fell. Not the word itself exactly, but its weight. Down. Not up. Not stay. Follow. The little clacks of stones rolling in the current snapped together in a run that felt like footsteps. The idea pressed at my chest. Not stop. Not wait. Follow. Move. Under. That one came when the stream dove beneath a tangle of roots and vanished for a second before bubbling up on the other side. The way the sound muffled, then resurfaced, made something in my head supply the concept under not over, not around. Not the lights. That was the first phrase that came through so clean I almost spoke it aloud. A gust of wind rattled the leaves above me, just then turning their hiss into a higher, harsher noise. It scraped along my nerves, and under it, woven into the scratch, was that warning. Not the lights. The memory of the sodium lamp in the impossible asphalt lot flashed hard behind my eyes. I squeezed them shut and saw the cone of yellow-white the way the hush had slammed down when it clicked off the feeling of my own stolen hello being whispered into my ear. Not the road, the combined sounds seemed to add the meaning riding on a new pattern of clacks and splashes. Not the grid, not the straight line. I opened my eyes again and stared hard at the water. This is in my head, I told myself, but even thinking it felt weak. Because then the stream stopped talking about directions and started talking about me. At first it was small things, details that could have been coincidence. The particular rhythm of the water over one rock sounded so much like the beeping of a forklift reversing that my stomach clenched. A stuttering splash matched the cadence of the bell on the break room door at the warehouse. A breeze came down the hill, and for 1 second carried with it the smell of burnt coffee and microwaved burritos instead of wet leaves. Yellow forklift. The idea came with a stronger rush of sound as the stream narrowed around a larger stone. Bright, insistent. My mind filled in the image of the one we used most on the dock, the scuffed paint on the side, the dent on the rear bumper where someone had backed into a post years ago. 2:40 a.m., break room. A cluster of clacks, spaced just so, slid together with the memory of the cheap digital clock above the vending machines. 2:40 a.m., the time when most of us took our unofficial second break, whether the supervisor liked it or not. The McCorkle exit. The water surged over a little drop and spread out in a sheet, the sound widening. That widening felt like merging from the warehouse access road onto I-64, then curling down toward the big interchange at McCorkle Avenue, the lanes splitting and rejoining. I could see the green sign in my head as clearly as if I were driving under it. A boy drawing trucks at the kitchen table. This one hit so hard I actually flinched. A gust of wind came at the same time, rattling the branches overhead. The leaves made a soft, scratchy sound back and forth like pencil on paper. I saw my son in my mind, head bent over a sheet of printer paper, tongue sticking out a little in concentration, pressing too hard with a black crayon as he outlined another semi-truck, adding tiny rectangles for windows and perfect little circles for wheels. He did that every time he came over. Dinner, then homework, then trucks. Sometimes he would look up and ask what kind of trailer I thought this one should pull, like I was the expert. You drive around them all night, Dad. You know. The stream knew that. The stream knew the color of the forklift at work, the time glowing over the break room door, the name of the exit I took home, the way my kids' drawings looked on the table. How long had it been watching me? The thought rose up like something from deep water. Cold. Heavy. I wanted to push it away, to tell myself I was just looping through my own memories because there was nothing else to focus on. But the timing was wrong. The way those images clicked into place with the shifts in the sound felt like a reply. Not English, not any human language I recognized. But my brain was doing the translation whether I wanted it to or not. I pressed the heels of my hands into my eyes until patterns of light bloomed behind my lids. I wanted to block the sounds out, to stuff my ears with my fingers and make the world go quiet on my terms for once. I did not move. I could not. The same part of me that had stopped trying to force this place back into a shape I understood was curious in a way that scared me more than the faceless people had. If something here knew my life in that kind of detail, what else did it know? What else might it say if I stopped drowning it out with my own panic? So I let my hands fall back into my lap. I let my shoulders sink into the trunk behind me. I let my breathing shallow out until it matched the rhythm of the water. The more I stopped resisting, stopped trying to correct the sounds in my head, stopped telling myself what they could and could not be, the clearer they became. The babble sorted itself into phrases of intent rising and falling, like someone speaking just out of sight. The clacks of stone and the rustle of leaves filled in the gaps. I was not hearing sentences so much as being handed bundles of meaning pressed gently against the inside of my skull until I acknowledged them. Down. Follow. Under. Not the lights. Not the road. Forklift, break room, McCorkle, trucks at the table, my life taken apart and folded into the Hills lexicon. I realized with a kind of tired, hollow calm that whatever was talking to me in that mix of stone and water and wind was not guessing. It was not randomly throwing images at a wall to see what stuck. It already knew me. 5. 3. The instruction to follow down, not out. There is a strange kind of calm that comes when you finally accept you are not in charge anymore. Sitting there with my back against that tree, the bark digging into my shoulders, the stream whispering nonsense that did not feel like nonsense, something in me unhooked. The high electric edge of panic dulled. It did not disappear, I was still terrified, but it sank back like a wave that had finally spent itself on the shore. What replaced it was not peace, it was detachment. Like I was watching my own situation from just a step to the left out of my own body, a test subject observing himself in the maze. The sounds around me braided together, the stream's constant gurgle, the tiny clacks of rock against rock, the soft hiss of wind through the branches overhead. They stopped feeling like separate channels and became one layered voice. Not a voice with a throat and tongue, but a voice in the sense that a storm can say something about where it is going to land. The more I listened, the less I heard individual noises, and the more I heard intent riding on top of them. The message, if that is what you want to call it, did not come all at once. It built itself piece by piece, the way water builds a groove in dirt, wearing away, until what it wants is the only shape left. Don't chase the lights. That came first, and it came hard. Every time my mind drifted toward the idea of finding another lamp, another parking lot, another hint of civilization, to sprint toward the sound of the stream would warp for a second pitch. Dropping flow, choking, and a memory would slam into the front of my skull, the sodium light, going out with that hard little tack, the cone of darkness my stolen hello whispered back into my ear. Not the lights, not the asphalt, not the grid. Don't run toward cars or lamps. Wind slipped down through the trees in a long breath, and for a heartbeat, it carried the faint smell of hot rubber and exhaust, the way the air smells standing too close to US 19 at a rest stop. Then it was gone, replaced by the cold, clean scent of wet leaves and stone. The contrast hit like a warning. The man-made stuff here was wrong, stitched and unstable. Follow down. This part came quieter but steadier. The stream itself seemed to emphasize it by the simple fact of existing. It did not go sideways. It did not climb. It obeyed gravity always. Every time my eyes lifted from the water to the slope of the bank, the sounds thinned, got harder to parse. Every time I let my focus sink back to where the current pushed against roots and slipped around stones, the layers thickened again, rock clacks marking out beats, leaf rustles smoothing transitions. Under, not over, as the water slid beneath a tangle of roots and resurfaced clear on the other side, the pitch dipped, then brightened. It felt like being nudged. Take the low path. When given a choice between crest and hollow, choose the hollow. Don't push out. Go down. I had the distinct sense, ridiculous as it sounds, that whatever version of the forest I was in did not want me jumping sideways anymore. It did not want me stepping from the loop trail to the ghost cemetery, to the fake parking lot highway slab, like I was bouncing between channels on a TV. Those places felt like patches, inserted pieces, slices of other maps laid over this one and taped in place. The thing speaking through water and stone and wind wanted me to stop trying to use the shortcuts. Stop chasing anything that looked like the world I knew. Stop forcing connection to the stitched-in fragments. Exit through the old path, it seemed to say. Through the way this land has always moved. Gravity, water, down. I do not know how long I sat there letting that settle. My sense of time was so battered by then that minutes and hours might as well have been the same word. Eventually, though the cold in my muscles and the steady ache in my hip reminded me that staying still forever was not an option. Whatever was guiding me or playing with me was not going to pick me up and carry me out like a child. I had to walk. I braced my hands on the ground and pushed myself upright. My legs protested, surrounding me with a storm of pins and needles as blood shifted. The world swayed once, then steadied. The tree at my back felt solid. The water at my feet felt real. Down, I said quietly, testing the shape of the decision in my mouth. The stream burbled in reply, as if pleased with my choice. I started following it. Not bounding alongside it like a kid playing in the woods. Careful, slow, keeping the flow always just to my right, close enough that if the forest tried to shift around me again, I would have that one thread to hang on to. The bank rose and fell in little rolls. Sometimes I had to scramble over a tangle of roots, sometimes tiptoe along a narrow ledge where the hillside had slumped away. Sometimes step into the stream itself, feeling the current push against my boots. Every so often the hush came back. Shorter now, sharper. Not the long, smothering silences from earlier, where the whole world dropped to zero. These felt more like taps on the glass. The insects would cut out mid-chirp, the wind would pause, the water's voice would thin to a faint hiss. For a breath or two, everything would hold its position. I would feel the pressure in my ears, the subtle tightening in my chest. Then the sound would snap back, and I would realize I had unconsciously veered away from the stream, feet turning towards some faint brightness between the trees, some imagined openness that might have been another lure. Each time I corrected, course moved closer to the water, kept my eyes on where it went. The feeling of being watched did not leave. If anything, it got more focused. Less general something in the dark is paying attention, and more you are the lab rat and the maze designer is taking notes. Every decision I made to step over this log instead of that one, to pick the left side of a split in the stream instead of the right, felt observed, recorded. The hairs on the back of my neck stayed up. I imagined a finger tracing my path on some invisible blueprint, circling sections with a quiet little I hated it. At the same time, I could not shake the sense that letting myself be guided was my only chance. After a while, maybe an hour, maybe 10 minutes, I have no idea, the forest changed again. The stream widened just enough to clear a small flat rock in its center. The stone stood out paler than the others, roughly rectangular. The water flowed around it in two thin sheets, hissing softly. My flashlight beam touched it, and I saw that one face of the rock was not natural. Someone had carved into it. Not deeply, not like a formal gravestone, but enough that the grooves caught shadow. A single initial H. Under it, a date. 1997. The numbers were cramped, the lines uneven, like whoever had done it had used a pocket knife and more determination than skill. I stared at that H for a long time. Henderson, I thought at first, because of the cemetery, because my brain was already full of dead names. Then another association elbowed its way in. Bill H., the name from the Facebook hiking group post. The guy whose photos had put Ridgeway Cut in my head in the first place. The one all the comments had joked at, about mile marker 19 and weird time slips. The surname on his profile, Hughes, floated up in my memory. Bill Hughes. Bill H. Had he come this way? Had he followed this same stream, hit the same point of panic, and sat here with his knife out, scratching his initial and the year into this stone as proof he had passed through? A little I was here to mark the maze, or had whatever was shaping this place taken that detail from my head, the H on his name, the year on one of his old summit photos, and folded it into the environment as bait. Another way to keep me moving in the direction it wanted, I reached out and touched the carved groove with my fingertips. The rock was cold and solid under the skin, the edges of the letters rough. Real. Old enough that moss had begun to creep into the cuts. "I don't know if you got out," I murmured, not sure if I was talking to Bill or to myself. "I don't know if this is your mark or your trap," the stream whispered around the stone, steady as breath. Down, it seemed to say. "Whether you are the first or the last, the path is the same." 6.1. Stumbling back to the trailhead. Following the stream turned into its own kind of time loss. I do not know how many hours I walked with that thin, moving line as my only anchor. The sky lightened gradually, the deep blue-black of late night thinning to a washed-out gray, then to something closer to actual daylight. Somewhere along the way, the insects changed shifts, the night chorus fading and the daytime buzz taking over. The sun must have climbed, but I only noticed it when my neck started to burn. At some point, I realized the back of my collar was hot, the kind of focused heat you get when you stand in one spot at a little league game too long. The skin at the nape of my neck felt tight and raw. My lips had gone from just dry to cracked. Every time I licked them, it tasted like dust and salt and a faint metallic tang. I kept my eyes on the water. Downhill always. Over slick stones, around fallen branches, through narrow cuts where the banks rose up on either side. The stream widened and narrowed, but it never stopped going down. Sometimes it disappeared under a tangle of roots and then reappeared a few feet later. Sometimes it spread out into a shallow fan over a bed of small rocks that shifted under my boots. The whispers, if that is what they were, faded as the sun climbed. The patterns in the sound flattened into regular stream noise. Or maybe my brain just could not hold on to both the physical exhaustion and whatever extra layer of interpretation it had been doing. Every now and then, I thought I caught a familiar cadence, a forklift beep, a break room clock, but it slid away as quickly as it came. Mostly, it was just water and the steady scrape of my own steps. I do not remember deciding I was close to anything. There was no dramatic change in the forest, no clear line where the weird ended and the normal resumed. What happened instead was that after so many hours of listening to nothing but water and leaves and bugs, I heard something underneath them. A low, distant roar, so faint at first that my brain filed it under wind. Then slowly it separated itself. The pitch was wrong for air and trees. It was steadier, a constant wash with little rises and dips. I stopped walking and just listened. The stream chattered by my feet. A bird scolded from somewhere above. Insects buzzed and clicked. Under all of that, like the memory of a sound more than the sound itself, was that roar. Highway. I recognized it the way you recognize someone's laugh from a room away. You spend enough nights near pavement and engines, the noise gets baked into your bones. The warehouse sat not far from I-64. That low, constant presence had been with me on every smoke break, every walk to my truck at 4 a.m. Hearing it here made something unlock in my chest. I turned my head slowly, trying to pinpoint where it was strongest. The hill rose a little to my left, the trees looking thinner in that direction, the light between them a shade brighter. I left the stream. The first step away felt wrong, like letting go of the only hand that had been pulling me forward. The hush threatened at the edges of my hearing. as if to remind me it could still shut everything off if it wanted to. But the roar grew a little louder with each step, and that pulled me on. I scrambled up a small hummock, grabbing at roots when the dirt slid under my boots. The trees did, in fact, thin as I climbed. More sky appeared through the branches, a flat, pale blue with streaks of high cloud. The air felt lighter somehow, less pressed in. And then I saw gravel. At first it was just a weird gray patch through the trunks. Too flat, too uniform to be natural. I pushed forward, brush catching at my pant legs, heart picking up speed in a way that had nothing to do with exertion. The trees broke open, and I stepped out onto a slope above a small lot I knew too well. Ridgeway Cut Trailhead. The wooden sign stood where it had that morning yesterday morning, faded National Forest logo carved letters. The gravel sparkled a little in the sunlight, ruts and tire tracks etched into it like scars. My Tacoma sat in its spot right where I had left it. Dustier, maybe a thin film of dried mud up along the sides, but intact. The sight of its shape, the dent in the rear bumper, the cheap aftermarket roof rack, hit me harder than any ghost. It was the first stable thing I had seen that belonged firmly to my world. It was not alone. To its right, taking up 2 spaces at an angle, was an SUV with search and rescue decals on the side, the lettering bright against white paint. An orange light bar rested on the roof off for the moment. Beyond that sat a county sheriff's car, green and white door marked with a star, and the name of the county in block letters. And at the far end of the lot, pulled in straight, was the Subaru. The same mud pattern, the same faded hiking stickers. Seeing it there again in daylight after all the strange camera angles and shifting positions in my photos made the back of my neck prickle. It was like walking onto a stage where someone had reset all the props exactly where they started. Human sound rolled up to me. Voices overlapping. Someone speaking into a radio, clipped and professional. Another answering from farther away. The clatter of boots on gravel. The sharp, single bark of a dog followed by the jingle of tags and leash hardware. The highway roar swelled now that I was above the trees. It blended with all of it into a chaotic, beautiful mess. For a second, I just stood there up on the slope, hanging onto a sapling, looking down at this scene like it was a photograph I had scrolled to. Then a man in a high-visibility jacket turned, following his dog's line of sight, and saw me. "Mark," he shouted my name, hitting the air like a thrown object. His voice had that particular mix of relief and business, someone who has been expecting to find a body and is surprised to see it upright. Heads turned. The dog barked again, higher this time, excited. A woman in a ball cap shaded her eyes and pointed. There, someone else yelled. On the bank, I opened my mouth to answer. Nothing came out. My throat had been scraped raw by cold air and panic yelling and not enough water. Trying to force sound through it now felt like trying to push a brick through a straw. My chest spasmed around a half-formed shout. I managed a hoarse, broken, "Yeah," that no one below could have heard over the highway and their own noise. My knees buckled. For a split second, it felt exactly like the hill all over again, gravity grabbing me and yanking downward, the world tilting. I grabbed for the sapling fingers, clawing at the thin trunk, and missed. My boot hit a loose patch of dirt, slid, and I started to go. Hands grabbed me before I hit. 2 of them, at least one closing around my forearm, another bunching the fabric of my jacket at the shoulder. The high-vis jacket guy had scrambled up the slope faster than I thought possible. Now he dug his heels into the dirt and used his own weight to counter mine. "Easy, easy," he said, voice close to my ear. "You're okay. We got you." Behind him, closer now, the dog whined, snuffling at the air. Someone else clambered up on my other side, hooking an arm under mine. "Water," he called over his shoulder. get him some water." I let them half carry, half guide me down the slope. My boots skidded and caught, skidded and caught. The gravel of the lot looked like a finish line I had not believed in for what felt like days. When we reached it, they set me on the tailgate of my own truck, the familiar metal ridges pressing into the backs of my thighs. A plastic bottle appeared in front of my face, the cap already twisted off. "Small sips," the woman in the ball cap said. "You chug it, you're gonna be sick." The water was lukewarm and tasted faintly like plastic and heaven. It hit my cracked lips and sent a jolt of almost pain through them, then slid down my throat in a way that made my whole body want to fold around it. "What happened out there?" someone asked. A deputy judging by the uniform. His notebook was already out, pen hovering. I tried to answer. Words piled up behind my teeth. Hill, heat, silence. Parking lot that wasn't. Cemetery, faceless people. My own voice in my ear. The forest talking through water and stone. My phone taking pictures from angles I had never stood in. What came out was a ragged "got lost," and even that sounded pathetic to my own ears. The search and rescue guy exchanged a glance with the deputy. They both wore that careful, neutral expression people put on when they are in public and do not want to spook the subject. "You've been out here a couple days," the deputy said gently. "We've been looking. Your wife called in Sunday night." Sunday night. I had no idea what day it was now. As he spoke, as the others moved around us, someone checking my pulse at my wrist, someone asking about pain, someone talking about getting me to the ambulance, they blurred a little. Their voices stretched, then snapped back. The edges of their reflective vests gleamed too bright in the sun. I looked past them, up toward the tree line where I had just come from. The trees stood in a ragged line, trunks dark against the light. The slope above the lot was steeper than it had felt under my boots. At the point where the undergrowth grew thicker, where the shade started in earnest, something seemed off. For a fraction of a second, I saw a tall, dark shape standing between two trunks. It was not sharply outlined, not like a person in daylight. More like a denser piece of shadow, vertical, where everything else was chaotic. No features, no face, just a sense of height and stillness, watching. My heart lurched. I blinked hard once, twice, as if I could clear grit from my vision. When my eyes focused again, it was gone. Just trees, a stray branch sticking out at arm height, a tangle of vine. "Blood pressure's low, but he's responsive," someone said near my shoulder, dragging my attention back down. They strapped a cuff around my arm. They asked me how old I was, what day I thought it was, who the president was. I answered on autopilot, the words feeling like they belonged to a different life. All the while, in the corner of my eye, the line of the forest loomed. It felt less like I had escaped it, and more like it had let go. 6.2. The hospital and the dehydration answer. The first thing I remember clearly after the parking lot is the ceiling of the ambulance. I was lying on my back, strapped to a gurney, staring up at a rectangle of off-white plastic with tiny holes punched in it for some speaker I never saw. The vehicle rocked under me as we took curves, the suspension giving a slow, boat-like sway that made it hard to tell if the world was moving or if I was. Monitors beeped somewhere to my left. My right arm ached where they had threaded an IV into a vein, clear fluid dripping through a line that tugged every time the wheels hit a bump. A paramedic sat near my shoulder, braced with one boot on the floor and the other pressed up against a cabinet. He wore a Navy uniform with reflective strips, a radio mic clipped to his chest. He had a kind face lines at the corners of his eyes, a couple days' worth of stubble on his jaw. "What's your name?" he asked for what felt like the third or fourth time. "Mark," I croaked. My voice sounded like it belonged to someone who had been screaming in the woods, which I guess it did. Last name I gave it. He nodded, glancing at the chart secured to a clipboard near my feet. Do you know what day it is? Sunday, I guessed. It came out more like a question than an answer. His mouth tightened in a way he probably thought I wouldn't notice. We'll go over all that at the hospital, okay? Just try to rest. The radio on his chest crackled. Copy, missing hiker located, male, mid-30s, a voice said through static. Vitals stable, being transported to Beckley ARH. Overdue by approximately 48 hours. Over 48 hours. The number slid into my head and sat there like ice. I stared harder at the ceiling. The perforations above me blurred. 2 days, not one. Not an afternoon and a night. 2.5 days gone, carved out and stitched back with a few scattered memories of impossible places. Hey, the paramedic said gently. You with me? 2 days, I rasped. Almost, he confirmed. You went out Sunday morning. It's Tuesday. Your ex-wife called you on Sunday night when you didn't come home. Sayar's been on the ground since early Monday. Tuesday. My brain tried to stretch a thin layer of experience over that gap and failed. I had flashes: the hill, the fake lot, the cemetery, the whispers in the stream, but no sense of how long anything had actually lasted. The idea that I had been missing, while people with dogs and radios had been combing around that trailhead, made the world tilt more than any fall had. The rest of the ride passed in fragments. The paramedic shining a small penlight into my eyes, watching my pupils. The blood pressure cuff around my arm inflating and squeezing until my fingers tingled. The beeps from the heart monitor syncing up with the dull thud in my chest. Out the back windows, I could see little slivers of southern West Virginia sliding by tree lines, utility poles, a green sign whipping past too fast to read. Once the outline of a gas station, I half recognized near an exit on I-77, the normal world just beyond this rolling box. The hospital in Beckley was small, one of those regional places that tries to be everything for everyone within an hour's drive. The ambulance bay was a concrete trough with yellow lines painted on either side and a couple of metal doors leading into the ER. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, harsh after the filtered daylight of the forest. They rolled me inside. The ER smelled like disinfectant and overcooked coffee with an undernote of something metallic and human. You only really notice when you've been away from people for a while. Curtains on ceiling tracks divided the space into bays. I caught glimpses of other lives as we passed: an old man in a gown, a kid holding a towel to his forehead, a woman in scrubs typing fiercely at a computer. They parked me in one of the bays and transferred me to a narrow bed. The sheet under me was fresh and stiff. A nurse with tired eyes and a ponytail started taking vitals with the kind of efficient gentleness that comes from having done it 10,000 times. Name and date of birth, she asked, putting a pulse ox on my finger. I answered, watching the red LED buzz to life on the little clip. She rattled off my blood pressure, heart rate, oxygen saturation to someone behind the curtain. They threaded another line, tightened a new cuff. The IV pump beeped as they increased the flow. After a while, a doctor came in, mid-40s maybe, with a clipped beard and a lanyard full of badges. His white coat had seen better days. He kept his voice low and calm, the tone of someone trying to keep things from sounding like a big deal. So, Mark, he said, glancing at my chart, you gave some people a scare up in the forest? Yeah, I said. My throat still hurt. He asked me the standard questions. Any history of seizures, heart problems, diabetes? Did I remember hitting my head? Any drugs, alcohol? How much sleep had I been getting lately? Night shifts, I said. Warehouse near McCorkle. Been doing that a while. He nodded like that made puzzle pieces fall into place. Night work can be rough on your system. We see that a lot. They sent me for a CT scan to rule out anything structural. The tech slid me into the humming donut of the machine, told me not to move. The ceiling in there was even more featureless than the one in the ambulance. Back in the bay, back on the narrow bed, they hung another bag of fluid. My hands started to feel less like claws. My thoughts, unfortunately, did not get any smoother. When the doctor came back, he had that mildly reassuring, mildly patronizing look doctors get when they are about to give you news that sounds better on paper than it feels. "Good news," he said, pulling up a rolling stool. "CT looks clean. No signs of bleed, no tumor, no structural abnormalities." "Okay," I said. "Your labs show you're pretty dehydrated. Sodium's a bit off, markers of muscle breakdown are elevated, which we'd expect if you've been exerting yourself without enough intake. Vitals are improving with fluids. No infections, no obvious toxins." He flipped a page on the chart. "From what EMS and the SAR team tell me, you were out there at least 2 nights. Not much food, not much water, broken sleep, if any. Plus, you work nights, so your circadian rhythm is already, let's say, challenged." I stared at him. "So what happened?" He gave a little half shrug. "Most likely combination of exhaustion, dehydration, and maybe a brief seizure or syncopal episode, fainting on the trail that first day. You went down, maybe hit your head lightly, and then your brain spent the next couple days not firing on all cylinders. Hallucinations are not uncommon in cases like that. Time distortion, visual and auditory anomalies, that sort of thing." "Hallu," I started, then stopped. My tongue felt thick. I tried again. "What if it didn't feel like..." "My brain," he tilted his head. In what way? I told him about some of it. Not all. I left out the cemetery and the faceless people at first. I tried to keep it in the safe zone, the hill, the sudden heat, waking up and losing half a day. The way sound kept cutting out completely. The asphalt slab in the woods with the light pole and the silence so thick it ate my own voice. The stream that seemed to know the layout of my life. Every few sentences he would nod, say, or okay, or that must have been frightening. When I touched on the hospital parking lot that wasn't there, his eyebrows lifted a fraction. When I mentioned my own voice whispering back in my ear, the corner of his mouth tensed for just a second before he smoothed it out. "Given your physical state," he said when I finished, "and the stress you were under, those experiences make sense. The brain is very good at filling in gaps, especially when it's starved for sleep and fluids. It reaches for familiar images and sensations, work-home fears, and stitches them into something you can process. So it's all just me," I said. I did not mean for the bitterness to leak into my voice, but it did. "I wouldn't say just," he replied. "Your experience was real to you. Your body was in crisis. The important thing is that physically, you're going to be okay. We'll keep you overnight for monitoring, run another neurocheck in the morning. I'd also recommend following up with your primary doctor about sleep hygiene, maybe a referral to a therapist, to talk through what you went through. What you describe would be traumatic for anyone." He meant well. I could tell. There was no malice in him. Just training and a framework that did not have a slot for the forest rearranged itself around me, and something else took my picture. He patted the end of the bed and left to see his next patient. My ex-wife showed up a couple hours later. I heard her before I saw her. Her voice at the nurse's station, low but sharp, like someone trying very hard not to escalate. Then the faint, rapid click of her boots on the tile. She stepped through the curtain with her arms crossed tight over her chest, keys clenched in one hand. Her eyes went straight to me, scanning from the IV to the bruises on my arms to my face. "You look like hell," she said, but her voice broke a little on the last word. "Hey," I said. It came out small. She stood there for a second, then let out a long breath and sat in the plastic chair by the bed. Up close, I could see the lines under her eyes, the way her shoulders slumped now that she was not holding herself up in front of strangers. They said dehydration, she said. Exhaustion. Maybe some kind of episode. Yeah, I answered. That's the story. Her jaw flexed. You scared the shit out of us, Mark. Me. Our son. Do you know how many times I had to tell him, they're looking, they'll find him? He watched the news, hoping they'd say you were okay. Guilt hit me harder than any branch or rock had. I started, then stopped. I'm sorry. She nodded once, like she had been waiting to hear that, and had not quite believed she would. They think you were hallucinating from the dehydration, she went on. The ranger said guys get turned around out there all the time. Lose the trail, get scared, see and hear things. It's not your fault, but maybe this is a wake-up call, safer trails. Don't go alone. Get some sleep once in a while. She said it kindly, mostly, but under it was a layer of frustration. The old familiar rhythm of you did something risky, and now I have to clean up the emotional mess. I could tell she had already bought into the dehydration narrative. It made sense. It was simple. It was something you could tell a 9-year-old over dinner. Dad didn't drink enough water and got confused. They found him. He's okay. You do not tell them about faceless people in forgotten graveyards or parking lots that vanish or a forest that knows about the drawings they make at the kitchen table. So I did not argue. Yeah, I said. Wake-up call. We talked about logistics after that. When I might get discharged. When I could see our son. Whether I needed anything from my house clothes, my wallet, my phone charger. I did not mention the photos on my phone. Not yet. They sat in my pocket, the weight of the device against my thigh suddenly very obvious. The 3 impossible shots, trailhead over-the-shoulder view from the trees with the shape in the tree line, felt like live wires I was not ready to hand to anyone else. The doctors had their explanation. My ex had hers. The search and rescue guys had theirs. None of them were evil. None of them were trying to hurt me. The world had decided on a story that made sense for everyone but me. Dehydration, exhaustion, hallucinations. I lay there in that bright humming room IV dripping into my arm, the TV in the corner, playing some daytime talk show with the sound off, and realized how easy it would be to let that story settle over everything. To tuck the other version away as just what my brain did while it was dying. My hand drifted to my pocket fingers closing around the edge of the phone. I did not pull it out. Not yet. Whatever else the forest had taken those pictures were mine, and I needed to look at them one more time alone before I let anyone tell me what they did or did not show. 6.3. The photos, the metadata, and the missing searchers. Going home felt more unreal than the forest. The hospital discharged me the next afternoon with a stack of paperwork, a half-empty orange Gatorade, and a recommendation to take it easy for a while. My ex drove me back to my place, made sure I unlocked the door, then stood in the entryway for a moment, like she was considering coming in, and somehow thought better of it. Get some sleep, she said. Text me when you wake up. Then it was just me in the house. The air inside had that stale, closed-up smell of a place that has been empty a few days. Dust old coffee grounds in the kitchen trash detergent from the laundry basket I never put away. I dropped the discharge folder on the counter, kicked off my shoes, and just stood there in the living room, not ready to sit, not ready to lie down. Somewhere under the floor, the compressor on the AC thumped on. Cool air breathed through the vents in a steady, low sigh. The refrigerator in the kitchen hummed and clicked as it cycled. The sounds overlapped with the faint whoosh of cars out on the road beyond the subdivision, muted by insulation and drywall. For the first time in days, mechanical noise felt like a blessing. The world here hummed the way it was supposed to. Nothing cut out mid-note. Nothing slammed to zero. The AC did not turn itself off in perfect unison with the fridge and the highway. I told myself I would sleep first, then look. That lasted maybe 20 minutes. Long enough for me to lie on my bed, stare at the ceiling fan blades turning overhead, and realize that closing my eyes in this house with the story, the doctor and the ranger and my ex had agreed on buzzing in my ears was not going to work. I got up, padded barefoot back to the kitchen, and sat at the table. Late-night light from the over-the-sink fixture painted everything a tired yellow. The laminate surface under my arms was worn in the spots where we always set down plates. There was a faint ring from a coffee mug near my elbow, dried but not wiped away. I took my phone out of my pocket and set it on the table like it might jump if I let go. They had found it under the passenger seat of my Tacoma, the search guy had told me, when they'd handed it back at the hospital. Face down, screen off, no obvious damage. Like I had tossed it there before the hike and forgotten it. Battery was dead, he'd said. We charged it up for you. Might want to invest in one of those little power bricks if you're going to keep going out alone. I had nodded and said thanks, and not mentioned that I remembered holding the phone on the trail, that I remembered the weight of it in my hand as I snapped the picture of the sign and the trail mouth, that I remembered turning on the flashlight, checking the time, watching calls fail. Now in my kitchen with the AC and the fridge buzzing like a cheap orchestra, I unlocked the screen and opened the photos. The gallery rolled back through old shots, my kid at the park, some warehouse guys goofing off on break a blurry sunset over I-64 I thought looked cooler at the time than it does now, and settled on the cluster from Ridgeway Cut. The first one sat where I expected it. 9:11 a.m., the trailhead sign centered in the frame. The start of the trail behind it, dirt dark and inviting between the trees. Part of my truck's front corner visible on the left, a sliver of the Subaru on the right. Sky bright and washed out with morning light. I remembered that one. I had taken it thumb cold from the morning air, already thinking of the caption I would slap under it for the hiking group. I swiped. The second photo hit me in the gut the way it had on the hillside when I first noticed it. 9:12 a.m. Same sign, same lot, but the angle wrong. Like the camera had been held a few feet higher and a step or two back and to the side. The Subaru's nose pointed at a slightly different angle, like someone had nudged it forward for a better spot. I studied it for a long minute, the tremor in my fingers starting up again as muscle memory. Then I swiped again. The third photo filled the screen. 6:03 p.m. The parking lot from a much higher vantage point up in the trees, looking down at the gravel. My Tacoma clearly visible. The Subaru farther forward now turned in just a bit more. The trailhead sign a little rectangle at the lot's edge. Across the road, the tree line on the opposite hill crouched under the smeared orange-pink bruise of a sunset. No people. No search trucks. No one scratching their head, wondering where the guy who owned the Tacoma had gone. I had stared at this one in the woods. Now, under the worn light fixture in my kitchen, it felt even stranger. The light in the photo screamed early evening. My own memory of 6 o'clock was a tangle of heat silence and the forest eating hours. There was a fourth image I had not seen before. My thumb hesitated over the glass, then moved. 4:19 a.m., same parking lot. The composition almost identical to the 6:03 shot, but darker. The sky in the photo was a deep indigo bleeding into black at the top, a faint hint of lighter gray near the horizon. The lot itself was dim shapes, mostly outlined by contrast. My Tacoma was there, a dull, hulking shape. The Subaru still present, though it was hard to see which direction its wheels were turned this time. In the distance beyond the lot and the road and the far hill, two faint lines of headlights smeared across a stretch of highway, a pair of cars passing in opposite directions, captured on a long exposure by accident. The timestamp at the bottom read 4:19 a.m. The date matched the day the SAR guy had said I was already missing. I had no memory of seeing that photo at the hospital or in the woods. It must have downloaded from whatever cloud backup I had turned on ages ago once the phone hit Wi-Fi again. 4 shots, all of the same small patch of gravel and wood. My thumb held down on the 4:19 a.m. shot until the little menu popped up. I tapped Details. The XIF data slid up the screen. Date time device resolution. Lat-long coordinates that matched the Ridgeway Cut parking lot on Google Maps when I plugged them into the search bar. All boring, all expected. Altitude 4.8 meters. I frowned. I checked the 6:03 p.m. image. Altitude 4.6 meters. The 9:12 a.m. shot, 3.7 meters. The 9:11 a.m. trailhead photo, the one I remembered taking myself standing on my own 2 feet in the gravel, 1.8 meters. I am not a tall guy, but I am not a child. Call it 5'9" in boots. A picture taken at my eye level would read somewhere around that 1.82 meter mark above the lot surface. The second image, the slightly too high angle, fit a taller photographer, maybe someone standing on the first rise of the slope. The 6:03 and 4:19 images said the camera had been a good 10 to 15 feet above the ground. There's a hill behind the lot, sure. Trees, branches. If you wanted to climb one and take a photo looking down, you could. But that would mean someone had hauled themselves up there, balanced with my phone out, and framed my truck, and that Subaru just so. Twice hours apart. While I was either missing or, according to the ranger's logs, nowhere near my own vehicle. And the logs now mattered. I stared at the numbers until they blurred, then stood up and went to the counter for the crumpled business card I had dropped with the discharge papers. The search and rescue coordinator had slid it into my hand before I got in the ambulance. "Call if you remember anything that might help us understand what happened," he'd said. "Even if it feels small." The AC hummed steady overhead as I punched in the number. He picked up on the second ring. "Henderson County Search and Rescue, this is Mike," he said. His voice was lighter on the phone than it had been in the woods, less strained. "Hey, it's Mark," I said. "The hiker you pulled out of Ridgeway Cut." "Hey man," he said, a little warmth in it. "How you feeling?" "Like an idiot," I said, "but alive." He chuckled. "Alive is good. What can I do for you?" I looked at the photo again, my thumb hovering over the screen. "Did you guys take any pictures of my truck while I was missing?" I asked. "The Tacoma." "In the lot." "Sure," he said. "Standard procedure. We document vehicles at trailheads, license plates, conditions, times. All on our own phones and cameras, though." "Why, I've got some pictures on my phone," I said slowly, "that I don't remember taking. Of the lot. My truck. That Subaru that was parked there. I thought maybe someone from your team had used my phone at some point." There was a pause, just long enough for me to hear the soft hiss of his breath. "No," he said. "We found your phone under the passenger seat. Screen locked, battery dead. Didn't touch it until we turned it over to the deputy at the hospital." "You're sure positive?" Papers rustled on his end. "We logged that stuff. Chain of custody and all that." I swallowed. My mouth had gone dry again despite the water. "I've got timestamps on these pictures," I said. 9:11, 9:12 a.m. then, 6:03 p.m. that first day, and 4:19 a.m. the next morning. "Were any of your guys up in the woods above the lot around 6 or in the early morning, like 4? "No," he said immediately. "We didn't deploy at Ridgeway until about 8 Monday morning. Sunday night, we were staging at a different access point up off the forest road. We had one team checking another trail entirely. 4 in the morning, we were still briefing, so none of your people were in the trees behind my truck at 4:19 a.m. Nope, he said. And if they had been, they wouldn't have been using your phone. The AC kicked off for a second, leaving a brief dip in the background hum. The fridge buzzed louder to fill it. One other thing, he added. It's the damnedest thing. But for all the ground we covered, none of my guys reported seeing you. No visual, no verbal, no audio from you on their end. And you're saying you never saw us? No, I said. I never saw anyone. No flashlights, no dogs, no shouting, nothing. He let out a low whistle. We were within a mile of that lot most of the time. Sometimes closer. You'd think, well, sometimes the woods eat sound, I guess. Anyway, you remember something else you call okay? Yeah, I said. Thanks. I hung up. The AC came back on with a soft thunk air rushing through the vents. The fridge cycled off. The building noises of my small, normal life rearranged themselves into a familiar pattern. I looked down at the phone. 4 photos, all tagged to the same coordinates. 2 with altitudes that made sense for a guy holding his own phone, 2 with altitudes that implied either a branch I had never climbed or a vantage point that did not line up with the physical hill I remembered. The search and rescue team had their own images taken at their own times on their own devices. Their timelines did not touch mine where these were concerned. At 4:19 a.m., they had not even been at the trailhead. For 2.5 days, we had occupied parallel tracks of the same place. Close enough that a dog could have scented my truck, close enough that their boot prints probably crisscrossed my own at some point. Close enough to share coordinates, not close enough to see each other. Whoever or whatever took those 3 pictures on my phone was not wearing a high-vis jacket or a sheriff's badge, but it knew exactly where my truck was, and it had watched it patiently from a vantage point 10 feet above the ground, in a slice of space my world does not quite have. 7, when trying to go back to normal, a couple of months after they pulled me out of Ridgeway Cut, my life looked from the outside exactly the same. I was back at the warehouse. The first night I clocked in again, the punch of the time clock felt heavier than it should have. Same ID badge, same plastic click, same little green screen flashing my employee number. The guy at the next station, Curtis, clapped me on the shoulder and said, "Back from the dead, huh?" with a laugh that was supposed to make it all less weird. Inside, nothing had changed. From 2 in the morning to 6, the building sang its old songs. Conveyor belts clattered as plastic totes slid along rollers. Forklifts beeped in reverse, their high-pitched alarms bouncing off the high ceiling. Pallet jacks squeaked. The big industrial fans mounted up near the rafters hummed a low, constant note, like someone had stretched a single guitar string across the entire building and plucked it once. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, giving everything that washed-out greenish tint that makes you feel like you live in a grocery store aisle. The floor trembled under my boots when the heavier belts kicked on. In the break room, the vending machines droned and clunked. A wall-mounted TV showed the late-night news with the volume turned down, and somebody's Bluetooth speaker quietly leaked classic rock from the corner. It should have been comforting, and in a way it was. The noise meant normal. It meant electricity and payroll and OSHA posters on the wall. It meant I was not knee-deep in leaf litter with something I could not see whispering through stone. I tried to lean into that. I went to therapy like my ex and the doctor suggested. The warehouse insurance covered a few sessions under post-traumatic stress. The therapist had an office in a strip mall off McCorkle waiting room with a fake ficus tree, a Keurig machine, and chairs too soft for the kind of conversations people had in them. She was kind. Early 40s, cardigan, sensible shoes. She listened to me talk about the hike, the missing days, the official dehydration story. When I told her the parts, I thought I could get away with the hush, the sense of time slipping, the feeling of being watched. She nodded and wrote things down on a yellow legal pad. Extreme exhaustion and dehydration can absolutely cause dissociation, she said. The brain can create very vivid, very convincing experiences when it's under that kind of strain. The fact that you're distressed by it now doesn't mean it wasn't real to you. It just means your nervous system is stuck on high alert. She taught me grounding techniques. Name 5 things you can see, 4 you can touch, 3 you can hear, 2 you can smell, 1 you can taste. Feel your feet in your shoes. Feel the chair under you. Look around the room and say out loud what year it is and where you are. All good tools in theory. She offered rational explanations. Night shifts had disrupted my sleep for years. My circadian rhythm was already fragile. I had been going through a divorce. I used hiking as a kind of pressure valve. Add physical stress and dehydration on top, and the brain does what it has to do to make sense of chaos. I wanted to believe her. I really did. It is so much easier to file your worst day under my brain had a glitch than the world is not as solid as I thought. But every time something mechanical stopped in the warehouse, my body told a different story. It happened the first week back. I was at my station scanning boxes, the handheld beeping with each successful scan. The belt in front of me rattled, carrying parcels toward sorting. Forklifts moved in the aisles beyond my line of sight, their alarms chirping. Somewhere in the distance, a radio played, "Don't stop believin' so low," it was more suggestion than sound. Then the system crashed. It was just a routine reset. Ide had warned us about it at the start of the shift, but the way it rolled out hit me wrong. The belt stuttered once and then stopped. The fans wound down. The handheld in my palm emitted a flat, annoyed tone and went dark. The forklift alarms died. The warehouse dropped a few decibels all at once. It was not the complete smothering void of the woods. Not quite. But my body did not care about not quite. Every muscle went rigid. The scanner slipped in my hand. My ears strained for that edge, the exact moment when nothingness becomes a thing on its own, when the absence of sound has weight. Someone behind me laughed. Feels weird when it all shuts off, don't it? The backup generator kicked something on. A separate line of fans started up. Voices rose, people talking louder to fill the gap. My lungs unlocked. "Yeah," I said, forcing a smile. Weird. At home, I stayed away from hiking for a while. When I did go back out, I picked crowded, friendly trails, family loops with crushed gravel and informational plaques, places with big parking lots, rangers in bright uniforms, kids throwing rocks in streams. No more nameless loops in the national forest. No more Facebook posts about quiet ridges near exit 19. I watched other hikers step off the path to pee in the trees and felt an urge to grab them by the shoulders and tell them not to go too far. On my days off, I drove familiar routes. Grocery store, gas station, my kids' school, when it was my turn back to the warehouse. The GPS stayed on even when I knew exactly where I was going, the little blue arrow a constant reassurance. The problem was the drives after work. There is something about leaving a bright, noisy building at 4 in the morning that makes the rest of the world look like it is not quite finished being built. The parking lot lights buzz. The sky over Charleston is a dull orange haze where it catches the city glow, but everywhere else is just dark. The only people awake are other night crew cops and whoever cannot sleep. I would climb into my Tacoma, the seats familiar, the smell of fast food wrappers and stale coffee soaked into the fabric. Turn the key. The engine would rumble. The radio would come to life on whatever classic rock station I had left it, on the DJ's voice too cheerful for the hour. I took the same route home most mornings, out of the warehouse lot onto the access road, merging onto I-64 with the rest of the early ghosts. The highway at that time is a ribbon of headlights and taillights, big rigs hulking along in the right lane, the occasional sedan slipping past in the left, everyone moving a little faster than they should. Every time I passed the sign for US 19, my fingers tightened on the wheel. It was just a green rectangle with white numbers, reflective paint catching my headlights for a few seconds. US 19 North, Beckley, Somersville. The ramp curved off into the dark, the guardrails catching light in staccato flashes. I never took it. I told myself it was because I had no reason to go that way on a work night. The truth was, my chest got tight if I even thought about it. The memory of the Ridgeway Cut parking lot, the real one, and the layered ones sat just beyond that exit in my mind, waiting. Most mornings, nothing unusual happened. The engine hummed, the tires made their steady hiss on the pavement, the radio cycled through songs and commercials. I would get off at my usual exit roll through a couple of traffic lights, turn into my subdivision park, and go inside. Then one morning around 4:30, the world tested me. I was on I-64 heading west, just past the US 19 sign. The road rose up into a small overpass, one of those modest bridges that carry you over a lesser road, or a stream you never really see. The asphalt was smooth there, recently resurfaced, the lane lines bright. The radio was playing something Tom Petty, I think. Running Down a Dream. The drums, the guitar, the thin late-night mix on the DJ's mic. The AC in the truck was on low, a faint breath on my hands at 10 and 2. The tires hummed. The engine made its usual low, comforting growl. A semi ahead of me trailed a dull red glow from its taillights. Halfway across the overpass, everything cut out. Not faded, not got quieter, cut, radio zero. The song died mid-snare hit replaced by a flat nothing. Engine noise zero. The vibration under my feet and through the wheel vanished, even though the tachometer needle did not move. Road noise zero. The hiss of rubber on asphalt gone. The AC fan zero. The faint breath on my hands stopped like someone had pinched the duct closed. My own breathing zero, at least as far as my ears were concerned. I felt my chest moving, felt air going in and out, but no sound accompanied it. The world through the windshield did not change. The guardrail still blurred by at the same speed, silver in my headlights. The dotted lane lines marched toward me and slid under the truck. The red dots of the semi's taillights ahead stayed steady. A green overhead sign approached in slow motion, words unreadable at that angle. I did the only thing my brain could think of. I counted. 1 Mississippi. The silence had weight like being underwater with your eyes open and your ears full. Every muscle in my forearms locked. The steering wheel creaked faintly under my grip. I could feel it, but I could not hear it. 2 Mississippi. Part of me waited for the world to tilt, for the windshield to show something else entirely. Trees instead of highway. Gravestones instead of guardrails. A parking lot that wasn't there, sodium light buzzing to life above me. 3 sound slammed back in. Tom Petty's voice reappeared exactly where it would have been if the song had never stopped. The drum hit I had last heard continued into the guitar line without a seam. The engine's growl filled the cab. The tires hissed. The AC breathed on my fingers again. My heart thudded late to its own party. I let out a breath I had not realized I was holding. The truck did not drift. No one honked. No other driver hit their brakes like anything weird had happened. Just me, white-knuckled on the wheel in the dark, rolling across a little bridge on a Tuesday morning. I told myself it was just my brain misfiring, a microsecond seizure of perception, a momentary lapse where my auditory system checked out and then checked back in like a glitch in a bad internet stream. That is the story I stuck with. But for 2 seconds on that overpass, I knew the exact shape and taste of the hush again, and it knew me. 7.2. New photos from somewhere outside the car. For a few days after that first freeway hush, I managed to sell myself the brain glitch story. I brought it up in therapy carefully. The overpass, the lost sound, the way the world kept moving like nothing was wrong. My therapist nodded, talked about micro-dissociation, about the way trauma can make your nervous system misfire, and then slap old sensations over new ones. You're on a dark highway after a long shift, she said. Your brain remembers the forest. It overlays that memory when you hit a certain landmark. It doesn't mean you're still there. I walked out of her office into the strip mall parking lot and repeated that to myself as I unlocked my truck. I believed it for maybe 3 days. The second hush on I-64 stripped that belief down to the frame. It happened a week later, almost to the hour. Same shift, same drag from 2 to 4 in the morning. Same walk out of the warehouse under buzzing lights, breath puffing in the cold. Same climb into the Tacoma, the seat springs squeaking the same way they have for years. The radio came on to some late-night host rambling about a classic rock block, the guitars thin in the pre-dawn quiet. I rolled out of the lot, hit the access road, merged onto the interstate. By then, the sign for US 19 was like a warning label in my peripheral vision. I did not have to look at it to know it was there. The idea of those white numbers on green made the muscles in my forearms tighten. Traffic was light. A semi rumbled in the right lane ahead of me, taillights a dull red. A few cars slid past faster in the left. The sky above the highway was a dead, featureless black, the orange smudge of Charleston's glow hanging low on the horizon behind me. As I came up on the small overpass, the one that had gone quiet a week before, I felt it before it happened. A subtle pressure in my ears, like the elevation was changing more than it really was. A prickle along my arms, the hairs standing up under my jacket. A chill that had nothing to do with the AC, my grip tightened on the wheel until the leather creaked. Not real, I told myself. Just your brain, just a memory. The truck rolled up onto the bridge. The guardrail started its steady blur in my peripheral vision. The radio was in the middle of Hotel California, now the singer dragging out the vowels in such a lovely place. Then the world cut out again. This time it was cleaner. Total. Radio gone. The guitar sliced off mid-note. Engine gone. The deep, comforting rumble disappeared, even though the tack needle kept its place and the truck did not lurch. Road noise gone. No hiss, no low thunder of rubber on asphalt. There was no half sound from the AC, no faint rush. Even the tiny creaks in the dashboard plastic, the ones you never notice until they're not there, vanished. Pressure built in my ears, the same way it had on that hill before everything went white. The air in the cab felt thicker, colder. The dark outside the windshield seemed to lean in just a little. 1 Mississippi. I could feel my hands on the wheel, the slight tremor starting in my fingers. I could feel the seat under me, the belt across my chest, the weight of my work boots on the pedals. But my own breathing made no sound. 2 Mississippi. The guardrail strobed by in the headlights like nothing had changed. The dotted lines marched forward, slid under the hood. The semi that had been ahead of me was suddenly just not. No taillights. 3 Mississippi. Something in the quiet shifted. Not sound, there was still none, but a sense like the air had developed a new texture. denser just above the hood in the empty space beyond the glass. 4. The world snapped back. Any time of year you can find it here? The singer finished as if the song had never dropped. The engine's growl flooded back in. The tires hissed. The fan whirred. My own ragged breath finally made it to my ears in a rush. The semi's taillights were back ahead of me, exactly where they should have been. I drove the rest of the way home in a tunnel of adrenaline hands welded to the wheel eyes, flicking between the road and the rearview mirror, like something might be pacing me in the dark. At the apartment complex, I parked under the same sad sodium street lamp I always did, the one that painted the gravel a sickly yellow. The building loomed over me, 3 stories of beige siding and cheap balcony rails. Someone's TV leaked blue light through a 3rd-floor window. I killed the engine and just sat there for a second, fingers still curled around the wheel knuckles, white. My phone buzzed in the cup holder. The screen lit up with a small banner, "New photo saved from the camera app." I stared at it. I had not touched the phone on the drive. It had sat in its windshield mount the whole way, screen, dark, plugged into a charger cable that drooped down to the console. I had not bumped the shutter, not opened the camera app, nothing. My throat went dry. I picked it up, my movements weirdly slow, like I was performing for someone else. The gallery opened to the most recent image. The photo was dark and grainy, lit mostly by the glow of my own dashboard. The angle was wrong in the same way the Ridgeway cut shots had been wrong. It was taken from above and slightly behind the truck, looking down through the windshield. You could see my hands on the steering wheel, fingers clenched at 10 and 2. The cheap black watch on my left wrist. The curve of my shoulders hunched forward. The top of my head, crown lit by the faint dome light and the spill from the instrument panel. The dash itself was a cluster of small, clear lights. The speedometer needle pointed somewhere just under 70. The radio display showed the station call sign and the song title frozen mid-scroll. The digital clock glowed 4:32 a.m. Outside the glass, the highway stretched into black. The guardrails on either side were caught in the headlights as twin streaks of silver. The pavement ahead reflected a dull lane line. There were no other headlights, no taillights, no silhouettes of trucks. The road was empty in the photo in a way I knew it had not been. I stared at my own hands in that frozen frame. I did not remember any flash. I did not remember any shutter sound. I did not remember the phone doing anything but sitting there like a dead thing. My thumb hit the 3 dots in the corner. I pulled up the details. The EXIF data slid up polite and clinical, shot on the exact model of my phone. Date that morning. Time 4:32:18 a.m. GPS, a set of numbers I did not have to plug in to recognize the little stretch of I-64 where that stupid overpass sat. Altitude 3.9 meters. The truck nose to tail barely comes up to 2 meters. Add a bit for the height of the mount on the windshield. This photo said the camera had been a good 6 feet higher than that, hovering somewhere above the hood looking down. I glanced at the actual phone mount in my truck, suction cupped to the glass. There was no angle from there that could see both my hands and the road ahead in that way. No mirror trick that would lift the perspective like that. No way the front-facing camera could have done it by accident. And yet here I was, sitting in the dark, under a street lamp, holding evidence my phone had been somewhere outside the truck, looking in. The notification said, "New photo saved, not screenshot." There was no indication of remote access, no app tag, nothing but the default camera icon. If someone had airdropped it or sent it, there would have been a message thread. There wasn't. The only thing that made any sense at all was the thing I least wanted to admit. Whoever had taken the trailhead photo from over my shoulder. Whoever had stood in the trees behind the Ridgeway cut lot 10 or 15 feet up, looking down at my Tacoma and the Subaru. Whoever had stood in the cemetery with its smooth, blank faces, not quite in my world, but close enough to be counted. Whoever had learned how to reach into my pockets without leaving impressions in the ground. It had not stayed in the woods. It had found its way onto the overpass, onto I-64, onto the little stretch of concrete where for a few seconds at a time, the world flickered like a bad channel. It had ridden above my hood long enough to take a picture of me trapped inside my own truck hands, locked on the wheel while the highway emptied around us. And now it knew my route home. 7-3, the longest hush. And the photo I cannot explain. The last time it happened on that bridge, it felt like a scene I was being pushed through frame by frame just so I would have something final to send you. We had been slammed at the warehouse that week. Some new contract had kicked in, and the night shift got the short end of it, overtime, half the crew out sick. Conveyor belts running hotter than they were ever meant to. By the time I finally clocked out, it was well past when I should have been home. The warehouse smelled like it always does at the end of a long night, burnt dust from the motors, stale sweat in the fabric of everybody's vests, cold chemical tang from the floor cleaner they run before the day shift comes in. The fans were still throwing that low, steady hum across the pick lines. Somewhere out in the lot, a radio in somebody's truck was bleeding out a Bon Jovi song. I walked through all of it like I was moving underwater. My eyes burned. My shoulders ached from lifting boxes for 10 hours. My brain felt floaty around the edges in that way caffeine only barely holds together. It was that dangerous kind of tired, where a bad idea can sneak in and feel reasonable. Outside, the air had turned wet. A light drizzle came down just enough to slick the asphalt and bead on the hoods of the cars. The sodium lights over the lot turned each raindrop into a quick gold flash as it fell. I climbed into my Tacoma, the seat springs giving their familiar groan, and watched the windshield freckles blur into thin lines when I hit the wipers. The dashboard clock glowed 4:29 a.m. I told myself I should probably take the slower surface route home, more lights, more chances to pull over if I started drifting. I merged onto I-64 anyway. The highway in the rain is a different animal. The lane lines shine back at you bright and smeared, trying to lure your eyes off straight ahead. The overhead lamps throw big, soft halos onto the wet road, each one a little pool of white that you drive into and out of. The wipers squeak at the end of every arc. There was a semi up ahead in the right lane, its taillights two dull red coins swimming in the mist. In my rearview mirror, a pickup truck sat back a few lengths behind me. Its headlights polite, not so close, they filled my cab with glare. We were all doing that quiet, tired, pre-dawn dance, everybody going just fast enough to get home, nobody looking to start anything. I had the radio on low. Some classic rock station again. At that hour, they all blur together, but I remember the DJ's voice cutting out and a song starting guitar buried under the hiss of the wet road. By the time I saw the overhead sign for the US 19 interchange looming out of the dark, my fingers were already tightening on the wheel. Same stretch, same little overpass, same knot in my stomach. I could have taken the previous exit and zigzagged through town. I could have pulled off at the truck stop and bought a bad coffee and waited an hour. Instead, I stayed in my lane like something wanted to see if I would. As I started up the shallow rise of the bridge, it hit. The hush did not come in a snap this time. It rolled in like a slow tide. First, the road noise thinned. The hiss under the tires faded, as if someone was rolling down a volume knob somewhere in the dash. Then the engine tone dulled, sliding into the background, until I couldn't tell if I was hearing it or only feeling it through the wheel. The DJ's voice on the radio stretched for an extra syllable and then vanished. The music went with it. The wipers still moved, but their squeak dulled to nothing. The pressure in my ears ramped up, That plane descent feeling, but sharper, like the air in the cab had shifted sideways. The tiny muscles in my neck tightened on their own. My scalp prickled. I started counting in my head. 1 Mississippi. The semi's taillights still glowed ahead of me, 2 red dots hanging in the mist. The pickup's headlights still sat in my rear view. The overhead lamps along the highway burned their pale gold. The world outside looked exactly the same as it had 1 second earlier. 2 Mississippi. I realized the red dots weren't getting any closer. 3 Mississippi. The raindrops on the windshield stopped moving. Not slowed, stopped. The one halfway through its streak on the glass froze mid-slide, a clear bead with a tail like someone had hit pause on gravity. 4 Mississippi. The semi's taillights were fixed in the exact same spot in the frame of the windshield, like they'd been painted on. The guardrail blur at the side of my vision, gone. The posts were individual now, spaced out evenly, not strobing past. The world outside the truck was still. Inside, I was not. My hands were shaking on the wheel. I could hear myself breathing, but it was muffled, like my ears had filled with water. My heart pounded against my ribs in hard, slow hits. I lifted my right hand off the wheel a couple inches and watched my fingers move, watched the tendons shift under the skin. They moved. Everything beyond the glass didn't. Whatever this was, whatever it had done in the forest, it had never done. This left me moving while it froze the tape. I don't know how many Mississippis I got to before I saw it. The first glimpse came as a smear in the corner of my eye, something wrong in the passenger side window. Not outside it, inside it. In the reflection. I turned my head just enough to catch it without taking my eyes completely off the road. In the glass superimposed over the frozen scene of the guardrail and the empty air beyond a shape stood on the shoulder of the highway. Tall. Too tall to be someone walking a dog or changing a tire. Its head was level with my passenger window, like it was standing on the same invisible slab of time my truck was. No motion, no clothing detail. Just a vertical block of dark, a cutout in the blur. Where its face should have been in that reflection, there was the same featureless oval I had seen in the cemetery. Not shadow exactly, not skin, just an absence, a patch of darkness that was darker than the rest of the night, smooth and wrong, like it was eating light instead of reflecting it. Every part of me wanted to pretend I hadn't seen it. To keep staring straight ahead, hands locked, let the seconds pass and the world start up again, and write it all off as an afterimage from too many bad dreams. Instead, I did the thing any idiot in a horror story does. I jerked my head and looked to the right. Outside the actual window, the guardrail sat where it should, gray and wet, the posts lined up. The smear of hillside beyond it was just darkness. No figure, no tall silhouette standing in the rain at 65 miles an hour. My breath came in a ragged drag. I almost laughed then. Then my eyes slid back just for a second toward the glass. The reflection hadn't gotten the memo. The thing's face was closer now in the passenger side reflection, as if it had leaned in while I'd checked the empty air. The dark oval swallowed my own features, where they should have bounced back at me. No eyes, no mouth. Just that same void I'd seen turning toward me between gravestones, the suggestion of something pressing outward from behind it. The hush peaked. My hearing dropped even farther into a level I didn't know existed. All that was left was a single thin thread of sound coming not from in front of me, not from the radio or the engine or the road, but from behind my seat, from right over my shoulder. My own voice whispered in my ear close enough that I felt the shape of the words against my skin. "You're not the only one," it followed back. Not quite the way I would have said it. Just off enough in rhythm to make me want to crawl out of my own body. like someone had been practicing with my vocal cords and hadn't quite gotten the timing right. Then the world punched play. The wipers screeched on the glass, catching up to where they should have been. The engine roared in protest, as if it had been working the whole time. Hotel California, or whatever it was, crashed back in right at the guitar solo too loud. The hiss of the tires on wet asphalt filled the cab. My own gasp ripped out of me loud and ugly. The semi ahead of me jolted a few feet forward as if it had skipped a couple frames. The pickup's headlights settled back into place in the mirror at the exact distance they'd been before. The raindrop that had been frozen mid-slide finished its path down the windshield. I kept driving. What else was I supposed to do? Slam on the brakes on a wet bridge at 4:30 in the morning and try to explain to the state trooper who came to scrape me off the guardrail that time had stopped, and something without a face had checked in on me. I got off at the next exit, circled back on side roads, and ended up home an hour later with my hands still shaking. I parked under the same sickly street lamp killed the engine, and just sat there with my forehead resting on the top of the steering wheel. The AC cycled off. The apartment building loomed over me, quiet. My phone buzzed. New photo saved. I already knew what it would be before I opened it. The image was cleaner this time, less grainy, like whatever had taken it had figured out how to work the settings. The vantage point was impossible somewhere above the overpass, looking straight down at the highway. My Tacoma was a small, dark shape in the center lane, taillights twin red dots in a wash of reflected lamplight. The rest of the road was empty. No semi in front, no pickup behind. No other headlights or taillights in either direction. Just my truck alone in a tunnel of wet, shining asphalt and evenly spaced streetlights that faded into the dark. I could see the faint ghost of the lane lines curving over the bridge, the suggestion of the guardrails on either side. According to the EXIF data, the GPS coordinates were the same little stretch of I-64, the altitude a few meters higher than any service truck could have parked. And the timestamp, 4:29:54 a.m., right when my dashboard clock had turned over. Right when my fingers had first tightened around the wheel and I'd told myself it was all in my head. I'm not going to pretend this ends with some big resolution. I stopped taking that route home. I started adding 10-15 minutes to every drive just so I could skirt that overpass. Sometimes I tell people it's because of construction or traffic or a speed trap. They got me there once, I'll joke, and they'll laugh and nod like that explains anything. The hush didn't care. It found other ways in. During a system reset at the warehouse, when the belts all stopped at once and the fans spun down together, the silence will hit just a little harder than it should. In my apartment, there are nights when the fridge compressor kicks off at the exact same moment the AC reaches its target temperature, and the highway outside goes momentarily quiet, and for 2 or 3 seconds, the world sits on its hands and waits. Most of the time, it's just silence. Sometimes in that perfect mute second, I feel it not out in the dark corner of the room, not in the closet or the hallway, but just above me. Like there's a camera angle up there hovering over my shoulder, waiting for the moment I look up, so it can decide whether I'm worth another picture. You wanted a true-sounding story. This is as close as I can get. If you ever feel the world mute itself for 3 seconds on an empty stretch of road near exit 19, do me a favor, don't look up. I think that's where it's standing.